My life. I'm listening to Lila Rose and Pearl. Pearl is, oh my lord, such a garbage. Ah, I gotta hold my tongue. What a horrible interview technique. Like, bring somebody on for an interview and just try to argue with them about everything for stupid reasons. No reason to be arguing about this. You guys are fighting a losing battle. Oh, that's deep, Pearl. Thanks. Don't push your religion on us. Dude, Lila's toying with her. Great point, Pearl. I should play it. What up, John? All right, we're going to play some Wukong. Get it on with the Wukong. Ah, shoot. How's your day going, John? All right. I kind of want to play this on the stream, but I also don't want to. You know what I do want to watch? Tonight at 7, Parker, whatever the heck that dude's name is from the Jordan Peterson Jubilee, the kid that says, well, you're absolutely nothing. You're actually nothing. That kid. Versus Jay Dyer and Andrew. Premiering at 7. Dude, I don't know. I might just like stay up all day and then do VK and then probably, if I get eliminated early, just go to bed and then start early tomorrow and go for like 20 hours tomorrow because we got a big fight tomorrow and I need to get to sleep early so I can wake up in time to watch it. This Steel Hunter game sucks. I played it the other night. I was kind of faded, but it sucked. Steel Hunters. Dude, Pearl says, you're interrupting me and this is my show. She said that multiple times. Pearl just can't listen for more than 2 minutes for somebody to finish and wrap up their point. And Pearl's like, oh, I need to say something. It's my show. I need to talk more. God, I can't stand Pearl. Never could. She seems nice, though. Is she nice? Just kidding. Just kidding. She doesn't seem nice at all. Is my audio working? Yeah. All right. I'm not benchmarking. Dude, it ran better when I was benchmarking. Runs worse when I'm not benchmarking. But we're just going to try it. I need to make sure the controller works. We just got to chapter 2. What you gonna do in chapter 2? Early morning brew. Technically, it's not morning to me. Well, it is still morning to me, but it's nighttime to me. Bastardo! There's still an hour left of this. We're going to run away any gamers who actually want to watch some Black Myth Wukong if I play this. Whatever. I'm not going to show it on the screen. I'm just going to play the audio. I guess I could put it on the screen. Problem is, I want to hear the game audio.
All the time with women that are...
Okay, we're an hour 16 in. They talked about abortion. Pearl's like, I agreed. Abortion's bad. But why do you guys even fight it? It's pointless to fight it. You're losing, and you're always going to lose because women vote. And so she's trying to get Lila to say, I don't want women to vote either, but Lila's not going to say that. But Lila did make an abolitionist stance and agree that the mother should be punished. Which I thought Lila leaned more towards the Kristen Hawkins camp of pro-life, not so much abolitionist, but I think Lila's not trying to start beef with the abolitionists, so she said I would take an abolitionist stance and make it all legal, and yes, the mother needs to be held accountable as long as she's not coerced. And then Pearl like jumps on the word, nobody gets coerced. That's just something women say to blame men, which probably does happen too. But like, okay, say, well, I don't really agree with you. You're doing an interview. I wonder what she tells the guest beforehand. Like, I know with Andrew, she knew it was going to be like a debate. But does Lila know going into this it's going to be a debate with Pearl and not an interview? Lila's irritated. Hold up. Okay, so this is getting added to... Un momento. Sorry, guys. 1 second.
I mean, we saw what happened to Steven Crowder. He married a virgin religious woman, and she painted him as an abuser. So you keep like diverting from the question. I'm just saying, if he's going to take on this astronomical risk, which could lead to indentured servitude, which 18 years, 40% of your income, that's a ton of money. A ton, and not to mention reputation. I've interviewed men where the women actually called.
So here's the make men
and ruin
have to have financial.
Thrown in jail. I've talked to men.
How about why would you
their
push
kids'
this instead of just saying
This is
just
a
end
huge
abortion?
Risk, Lila. It's not really fear mongering when these are real cases and it's not uncommon. So yeah. I don't think it's wrong of me to say that this could happen and ask the question, what does the guy get out of this? What is his reward?
Well, a few things. First of all, I think marriage, the greater the risk, the greater the reward, right?
Looks
marriage
weird.
Is self-gift. Marriage is an all-in, and it's becoming one flesh with someone else. That is a huge risk. It's for richer or for poorer. It's for better or for worse. It's in sickness and in health. And that does expose someone. But there's also this incredible potential for beauty, right? As I was talking about earlier, it's this covenant, it's a sacrament. You can bring life into the world. You can raise a family together. This is the person that can be your best friend, your most faithful companion. And I see marriages like this all the time. Those marriages exist, and I don't think they get enough airtime. We don't talk about how good and beautiful marriage is designed to be and can be. So I agree with you that there is chaos out there, that there are a lot of broken marriages, that there's a lot of suffering. But
These
I don't think that should
bow and arrow
hold people
guys
back to say,
suck.
"Oh, then it's impossible for me to never have a beautiful or good marriage."
So why don't you think women want to get married today?
Fuck.
I think there's a lot of women who want to get married today.
Well, then why don't,
So I don't know.
why don't women do
You're
it?
talking about all women. Who are you talking about? When you say women, you like to say women a lot. Are you speaking about?
Dude, it's like Pearl just wants to argue. Like, why? Trying to be like Pierce Morgan or something? Pierce is chill. Unless he really disagreed. Like, I don't know.
Who are you exactly speaking about? Because it seems like it would be, I think, too much of an overgeneralization to say all
Dude,
women.
these fucking bow and
what do you
arrow
mean by
guys.
Most women don't want to get married when they have the most choice to. The average age of marriage is around 30. So
your
when women have the
argument is
most
your argument is that most women don't want to get married. Is your position?
yeah, if women wanted to. How do I see what people want to do, Lila?
Well,
Based on what
I'm
they-
just trying
I need to
track
kill
your
these
argument
guys
here,
first.
Pearl. So you're saying
I'm asking
most women. So you're saying most women don't want to get married, and the way you know that is because there's a lot of unmarried women. That seems like a pretty.
Yeah, it's the choice they make. Yeah.
Well, I know a lot of women who are married, so I don't know where you're kind of going with this. There's certainly a lot of married women. There's unmarried women.
How old are they? How old are these married women?
I mean, all
On
different
average,
ages.
Gen Z only, it's like 10, 15% are married. So if you know women under,
No!
I'm the youngest millennial. So,
Sure.
so 27 and younger, you can't know a ton because statistically the majority just are not married.
Grammarly's proactive,
How do you break the
automatic
shield?
writing suggestions are great, but sometimes you just want to tell Grammarly how you help. As you
I
write,
can't
you
turn
can
the
put
ad
your
off. I'm in the middle of a fight.
on-demand generative AI assistance. You can compose writing from scratch by typing a prompt.
Shut up.
Okay, what point
But
are
you
trying to make here?
had a tweet.
In a face, snurp. Nobody knows what that
and
means,
I can't
Dean.
remember the exact tweet off the top of my. But I just want to know why you think. You said there's a reason women don't get married. So what is their reason? Why?
So you're
'Cause they're
asking me
boss
why
babes.
don't some women get married? I think there's going to be a lot of reasons why some women don't get married. There's a whole bunch of hypotheticals we could create here. So, and we can do them for men too. And some of the reasons will be the same, some will be different. But I think some reasons women
I
might
hate
not get
how,
married
like-
is because they feel like it's not meaningful enough. Which is so sad, right? They think it's not like going to be a beautiful thing. It's somehow a burden. That having children is a burden. Unfortunately, a lot of women today, not all, but there's definitely women today that see children as a burden. And that's, one of my, projects of trying to speak to the beauty of children, the beauty of marriage. Men are not threats. Men are not your competitors. Men are good. They're good, and they are designed for.
I mean,
partnership
no
with
man
women.
is good.
That's a good thing. So I think.
Partnership.
Partnership.
What's that?
Like partnership. We're not equals.
I mean, that may be your opinion, but I think men and women have equal dignity before and as children of God. So
Lila's
that
pissed.
maybe you don't agree with that. You would say you are less.
Lila's job is to save babies. She came to talk about saving babies. And Pearl's trying to get her and like, oh, look, you're a feminist. Whatever, she's a woman. I'm not white knighting for Lila Rose. I just don't like Pearl. There's a weird shadow happening around my character when I rotate the and there's like sparkles. I don't know what that means. Something with the graphics. It could be the frame generation that's doing that. I'm not sure, but I got turned around. Now I don't know which direction I'm going. Can I break this stuff? Oh, shit. There's a frog in the water. We got to kill all the enemies to fill up the, Watch this frog try to explode on my ass. He blew up. Oh, he popped, all right. Yo, this, I don't like this map. I keep getting turned around. Okay, there's a place up there. That looks like a place of interest. I'm not sure what we're doing. Is that the arena? Frog boss. Let's go fight the frog boss. I heard this is one of the harder frog bosses. Oh, shh. What's trying to kill me already? Who's attacking me? Something is... It's not the frog doing that. There's an ad, but I don't want him to hurt me while I'm fighting the frog. Oh, shit. What the... Oh, no, we gotta fix the graphics. I think I turned it up too high. Oh! Ow. You're dead. Oh, shit. You're dead, bitch. Heavy. Gotcha, buddy. All right, we're warmed up now. That wasn't too bad. Why have I not been getting spirits? Okay, I think we want to go up this way. A shrine would be fine. Mighty fine. Sorry, I'll push play in a minute, but Pearl's just really annoying me. What up, guy?
You come at a good moment.
Creepy little fox rat.
The formulas were swallowed by a petty frog. Stay and help. A deity like myself will not short you. wondrous. You go. Man follows earth, earth follows sky, sky follows Tao, Tao follows nature. These common pills, I grant you. Hereafter, you may craft more yourself at the shrines. I must retrieve a furnace forthwith. Pray forgive my departure.
Whatever the hell that means. I have no idea what that guy just said. What language are they speaking? It's like Chinese English. Chinese English. They speak in Chinese English in this game. It's like they're speaking English, but the cadence and the like the way they talk is like Chinese. It's like dang Chinese. Can I get like a shrine or a meditation spot or something? Can a monkey get a shrine? I think I'm gonna reduce the graphics quality. Can a monkey get a shrine? I feel like I'm missing stuff. Dude, I feel like I'm missing stuff, like treasure or something. Right? I killed the frog over here, right? Sparkly Fly's going that way. I see you, Sparkly Fly, but there's probably treasure, right? Like, maybe... Like, maybe I should look around. Ain't nothing. There gotta be some sort of secret treasure. Something. What'd I tell you, fool? It's a meditation spot. And I think that Buddha head right there is gonna have an eyeball on it later. Meditated. I'm gonna fix a few things.
I would say I have
What's your
less.
position?
Women have less value in terms of what they
That's
bring
good.
to a marriage and society. Men.
You're
produce
saying women
80%,
don't have less value.
Men produce 80% of the world's stuff. I think men are smarter. I think they're able. Women have a tendency to do things in the least effective way possible. And I don't think unequal is necessarily a bad. I don't think unequal is necessarily a bad thing. I think there's hierarchy in the world, right? I think it goes God, men, women, children. Just because the kid has to listen to the mom, it doesn't mean the mom is. It doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad thing. It just means there's a hierarchy.
So just to be clear, Peril, do you think that women have less value than men, or do women have equal value to men?
I would say women provide less value than men.
I mean, that's
Do
true.
women have the same value? Do they possess it by nature of being a human being like men?
Well, no.
Do they have the same value as
It
men?
depends to who and what. So you could say to God, but I'm not
Objectively
overly.
speaking, are they as valuable as men?
You could argue
I'm
both
not
are
overly
equally
religious,
valuable,
but
but
when I look at the
Okay.
value women
women have less value because there's more of them than there are men, usually.
People are always taking pics of me, but they're sleeping on who the real muse is.
bring in a marriage, I would say it's less than men.
Do you believe in universal human rights?
I think so, but I don't necessarily know what that would entail. But it sounds like something I would
think that-
believe.
What'd that mean?
Do you think that men and women should have the same basic human rights, like the right to life as an example?
They should have the right to life. Voting, not necessarily. That I don't think. So I don't think there should be equal rights, but should is a wish list.
Okay.
It's never going to happen.
So you think that women shouldn't vote, is your position?
I can't
No woman
argue
should
about
vote.
this on. I can't say the answer to that, and it's not because I
Okay.
don't want to, but I gotta stay YouTube friendly. But I can't. I
What?
want to, but I can't. I just got remonetized. But
Can't
Wait,
say
so
what.
I can't.
Oh.
I can't argue that. I can't. I want to,
Okay.
but I can't.
Punk bitch. What do you then say it?
But
Scared.
I just really
So
want.
you're saying
Why
you're
would
afraid
you
to
even
be
say that then?
demonetized on YouTube for?
I was
arguing.
demonetized for that topic, so it's not an afraid.
Interesting,
It's
okay.
like that happened. So, but I still want to go back to the question. I still
That
haven't
women
gotten to
shouldn't
what
vote.
men get out of marriage.
Well,
sorry, we
I've
keep
listed a
going
lot
on
of
all
things.
these.
I can keep going if you want, but I'll go back to it because I think marriage again. You can. It sounds like you're talking about a lot of the negative
Pearl's
things,
just
the broken
angry
things that can happen with
because she's
marriage, which are all-
alone.
I'm not
So
gonna
she
say
argues
that
with
not-
married
those things-
people
bad
about
things don't
why
happen. They
marriage is
absolutely
bad.
can happen, and our culture's
Oh,
kind of a mess
shit,
right
the
now with
mushroom
divorce and all
woman.
these other things. I agree with that. But marriage is beautiful. Marriage is about self-gift, and it's about
I have a cigarette in my
entering
hand.
into a sacred covenant with another soul, imperfect soul, but another soul who's oriented towards the same end, which is, I believe, heaven, towards God, ultimately. And it's the place where children deserve to be born into. I think that's another part of this conversation we're not maybe having enough, is that kids deserve to be in a household with married parents, with a married mother and a married father. Now, that's not the case, unfortunately, for many children today, but that is what we should strive towards as a society.
That's what the kid gets out of marriage, but not what the man. I keep asking what the man. What does he get?
Well, you kind of dismissed the social data I mentioned and didn't respond to it, but according to the social data, men who are married report the highest levels of satisfaction and happiness, and they also earn the most. So that is an objective data.
They have the
point
most
about how
satisfactory
men-
sex, too. Is
many
this a
men,
boss
not
fight?
all, but many men in marriage fare very well.
Right, they earn more, but that doesn't
No,
necessarily
he's just a
mean they
dude.
have more
Can I beat him
take-home.
with a cigarette?
Well, they're happy.
Well,
I
right.
don't know about the take home. I mean, I think they earn more, and yes, they do have more take home, and they're very happy. They're happy too. It's
Right,
not
but
just
wouldn't
money;
you,
it's happiness.
Wouldn't you say that women marry happy men
I mean,
in general? Like
I wouldn't-
when you met your husband, you didn't want a dude, but you wanted a happy
Sure.
guy, right? So I would discredit that because I think women select for happy men in general.
The fuck is a happy
So
man?
I just would love to hear like something. Do they get sex whenever they want? That would be a good selling point.
Oh yeah,
that-
Pearl
can
said
they
men
legally
need
get that?
sex. That's not true.
No.
well, I mean, I think people who
She
are
said
married,
it's a
yes,
need.
do have more sex according to social data and report higher levels of sexual satisfaction. Yeah, that is true.
Okay. So what do you
So
think?
yeah, promiscuous sex is not as great as it's cracked up to be, having a different partner every month and all the issues that come with that. You
Right.
actually are more sexually satisfied in a marriage.
Right, if she sleeps with you, but a quarter
It's
of marriages are
expensive.
sexless. So there's not even a guarantee there. Like, you know what I mean? Like if I was gonna buy a product and there was a 1 out of 4 defective rate, I'd be pissed.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I think
know.
you're looking at marriage in through a very utilitarian lens, instead of marriage being about this sacred covenant, about self-gift, and about ultimately, yeah, it's a spiritual thing. It's not just, oh, what do I get out of it and what am I doing in it? It's about ultimately a beautiful gift of yourself to another person with all the risks that come with that and the potential for new human life that you can bring into the world.
Right, but if
So
women
yeah, so I would just say, actually, to kind of maybe put a finer point in it for you, I would say if you're a man or a woman, right, and you're thinking about marriage and you're like, what am I going to get out of it? What am I going to get out of it? What am I going to get out of it? And that's kind of the preoccupation. Then I would say, yeah, maybe you shouldn't get married. Because if you go into marriage either as a man or a woman, and it's all about what am I going to get out of this, then I think you're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I think that's easy to say when you're the woman and you accumulate pretty much no risk in marriage. I think that's easy to say.
Oh, we
when you are
deserted it up.
Your point isn't part of your point though that men should. It sounds like your point is that men shouldn't get married because they don't get enough out of it, right?
I would say it's an unfavorable. I would say it's a
Pearl's
bad
just
deal
angry because
in
Pearl's
that
alone.
If conservatives want, like, if you want the babies that
Pearl needs to get a
you say
cat.
you want, or like more people having.
So I never
kids
made
or a
these?
gift, yada yada. Well, then maybe conservatives
never made a
should
lot of
try
this
to have a
stuff.
better answer for this question.
Yeah, well, again, I'm giving, I'm speaking towards the fact that social data says that 43% of men who are married say they're
That's
very
pretty good.
happy versus only 21% of cohabitating men and only 20% of single men. So married
Should I
men
make
are
these?
objectively, according to the
No,
social
I
data,
have
are
better.
reporting higher levels of high happiness. Like, I'm very happy than single men.
I need to
or
go back and get the
cohabitating men.
stupid
so that's
light.
A data
Well, how
point
did they
that
measure
is
that?
important.
How did they,
It's through surveying.
Do you
It's through
think
surveying.
that's really the most accurate way to measure happiness, of emotion that changes every single day?
Well, you ask people, generally speaking, would you consider yourself happy, unhappy? There's a different way that
The
you can
wife's sitting
conduct that
there.
survey.
She's like, "Are you happy?" He's like, "Yes."
Are you saying the men are not telling the truth in the survey, or what's your position there?
My position is a lot of people have a tendency. I think happiness studies tend to be bullshit, and it's usually used by people that have an agenda
Duh.
to push. That's
Happiness
my
is
opinion on
subjective.
happiness surveys in general.
Sure.
See, Pearl
Well,
says
you
is
can
right
have
about a
your
bunch of stuff.
opinions
It's
about
just like
surveys, that's fine, but I think the surveys are very illuminating, and I also think that the data about wealth is very interesting.
you're
that
exposing
married
Lila
men-
Rose. Lila Rose just trying to save some babies out here.
World will remember this day.
Shut up, Peacock.
according to the data, are wealthier than unmarried men. And even if they get divorced, they're still wealthier than they would have been than the unmarried.
Minecore? I can buy
undivorced
one?
man. So I think that's another important data point.
Well,
Where's
pun
that
it.
data from?
That is
Where
it.
is that from?
So I don't know if you're familiar with Brad Wilcox, but he does
he
a
sells
ton.
marriage. I know his stuff.
What's that?
Yeah. He's.
You don't like him?
No, it's who funds his stuff. So.
Oh, who funds it? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying
it's a
his
lot of
data is
people
not
when it's a
correct 'cause
religion. Well, it's when people are selling their religion, right? They have a tendency to.
I don't think he's selling religion. Pro. I
She
think he's
hates
reporting
religion.
Data,
Yeah, but-
about the financial.
No
status
such
of
thing as a
men.
smart
But,
atheist.
here's the thing, Lila.
There's intelligent
Men-
ones.
Men don't want happiness; they want peace. So I think that's
And we're not
you're
gonna get it
equating
from
what
you.
Women want out of marriage instead of what men want out of marriage. The second
I don't
thing
think
is,
that's true at all.
The
Pearl.
second
I mean,
thing,
I don't even think I've used the word. I don't think you're.
I would like
that
some
right,
peace. I love peace.
I don't think you're.
Get a
You don't think
piece.
men want
Characterizing my
peace?
position
You
at
don't
all.
think men want peace?
Do they want a
Correctly.
piece or they
No,
want
I think
they
of
want to get a
course
piece or
men-
they want some
who
peace?
wouldn't want peace? I agree that.
Women
Yeah,
do.
peace is
men
cool.
many
That
men
was-
want
is that-
peace, and
that's
I-
not
a
an
lot of women
own.
Want peace, but I don't think that's the characterization that I'm just talking about women. From,
I don't want poison, I
marriage
want
from a
health
women's lens. I don't
potion.
think that's
Well-
accurate. I'm talking about social data. I'm talking about men reporting, self-reporting that they're happier.
No, that study.
Over 40% of men who are married. So you think the men are not telling the truth?
I think that men want peace, women want happiness. So when you're saying that men get happiness out of a marriage, I'm saying, well, they want peace. So
What
I'm
is
saying you're
this?
equating women want happiness, men want peace.
Sure.
Year's chart.
Yeah, I mean, I
So-
just don't think
a map?
Your position that men should never get married and marriage is all bad is correct. I think that's completely.
I don't know what that
incorrect. I
is,
think
but I bought it.
The social
I've
data
said it's a
proves
bad
otherwise. I
deal.
think there's a tremendous amount of happily married couples that would prove otherwise. So I think we should stop. I think we should look at the data, of course, but also just look at the human design. I think we were designed.
I can
for
make
love.
medicines
I think we
now.
were made for love, and love comes with risk. Of course, it does.
Baby, we were made for
Any other
love.
person, that person, not only could they do something bad, they could
resistance.
die.
Where's the health
they
one?
could get sick. They could,
Yeah.
they could have certainly messed up.
Tiger
So love
subduing
comes with risk.
pellets.
But we are made for love.
That's
to
sick.
love and to
Increases
be loved.
attack
And
for a long
marriage, I
duration.
do believe there's graces
Critical
that you get in
hit.
marriage. Talking
Where's
about
health?
this from the perspective of someone who enters marriage with the lens of self-gift. I'm doing this because I love this person. I want to get to heaven. I want to serve God and other people.
Burn
I believe there's
potions?
real
I have
graces
6.
that God gives us.
This one.
And I see this in my personal life.
Increases
you know,
damage
beautifully. I know that's
reduction.
a personal example, but
I can
God
make
does
these?
give people grace to live out their vocations. And I believe if someone is called to marriage and they become the best they can be, they meet someone, they have a beautiful relationship,
Poison.
dating
I
relationship,
have
they
3
really get to know
body
them, they think
warming
this is a
powder.
good person that I want to build a life project with. I think that can be an incredibly beautiful
don't
and
have
good
that.
thing. Then they can bring children into the world. That's how civilization will even stand. That's why we can even have any kind of a healthy civilization if we have healthy marriages and families. We should celebrate that and support that.
Right. I just don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's common. And I would say it's
Yeah,
been a
not with
little
that
disheartening
attitude.
because I was a consumer of a lot of conservative content, right, the last decade, before I was even a YouTuber. And a lot of people with the same talking points you have ended up getting divorced.
Oh my
So
God. What
it's
a
like even the people pushing
what a
this stuff
trash
can't keep it
person.
together. I hope
Well,
whatever,
a lot
kid.
of people are
We
married.
gotta
I
keep
know.
it
I mean,
together.
yes, there's a lot of divorce. I agree. That's a really bad thing.
I debated.
We're in agreement. There's a lot of people who are married still, and it's very, very beautiful. And I think it does seem like you have made up your mind, Pearl, and at least at this stage. And I don't know all the personal reasons for that or the reasons for that beyond what you've maybe shared in this conversation. But
A lot of people get divorced,
objectively speaking, according to data and according to both financial data and survey data, there's a ton of.
The worst divorce I ever saw was at Michael Knowles' church. I went to Michael Knowles' church, and I saw a really bad divorce there. Looking like, oh shit. Pena's gonna lose tomorrow. Tomorrow. Pena's going down, boys. What the heck's her name? Now I can't remember chick's name. Wrestler. Dude, that might be a man. That might be a man. Who am I talking about? Where's Daddy Jub? He would tell me. Who's freaking Julia Pena fighting tomorrow? Juliana Pena. Why is my Google messed up? The fuck? Why is it not on Google? It's supposed to auto be set to Google. My opening page. Hold up. What is happening right now? No, I don't want to go to ABC News. Hold on a second, y'all. Am I not in? I'm in Chrome. Why is my home page not Google? It's supposed to be open automatically to Google. Settings. You and Google. Appearance. Why is when I open a new tab, it should be Google. But it's taking me to like some blank search bar. What the F is going on? Google. Now set as How come? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix something.
Married men who are very happy and doing well. And also marriage is a sacrament. I believe it's a covenant. It's designed for more than what I get out of it, but it's designed for what
actually,
I can give for both men and for women. I think that's a good thing.
I could tell you what gave me this opinion.
Sure.
It's fake.
Yeah, tell me.
It's fake tradcons. And I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what do you want to know what that is? Do you know what that is?
Tell me. Yeah. Tell me why you. Yeah. So it sounds. If I don't want to mischaracterize your position, but it sounds like you're saying marriage is bad. It's not worth it. No man should get married. Is that your position, or am I misreading you?
My position is it's a bad deal.
My Googler is off.
So
Morning,
would you
Gorilla.
say, then would it be therefore men should not get married? Would be your
Do you think it's in your place
the
to tell
implicit.
do you think it's your place as a
Answer
woman
the
to tell
question,
men what to
Pearl.
do?
Oh my God.
Well, I'm not going to go tell any specific man you should get married or you should not, because I don't know what he should do. I can say, generally speaking, marriage is good.
It's an
for a lot
elite
of
rat
people,
guard.
and it's a beautiful gift, and we need more healthy marriages.
Do you
So you're
think
kind of
it's
making
your-
it.
do you think
You're
it's
kind of
your
moving the
place-
goalpost a
Do
little
you
bit.
think it's your place as a woman to tell men what to do?
I mean, if you're, let's kind of break that down. Are you saying?
Oh shit. I just got killed by ads.
I can't, as a woman, say, we should have homicide laws that stop men and women from killing people. Then, yeah, in that sense, I guess I'm telling men what to do because I think we should have those laws. So,
In their
I think
house.
it depends what you mean by your.
Okay, do you
I think
think
it
it's
What's
in
that?
your
your
place
question.
to tell men what to do in their house? Do you think that's your place as a woman?
You should just walk
I
up
mean,
in men's houses
I
and
would not go around and I do not go tell individual men what to do in their houses. No, unless they're like, coercing, doing bad, coercing bad activities or something, and then I'm educating about the bad activity, saying it's bad. So I don't know where you're going with this line of
if they're
reasoning
doing
here. So.
coercive activities, you're going to tell them it's bad.
Well, I'm gonna continue. I mean, you've probably seen my content, Pearl.
I don't know if I can get hit by arrows while I'm.
And work on,
Hey, we get infinity
exposing things that I think are.
I don't know how to
really
get to
bad
these
in our culture,
guys.
abortion being the worst, and
Oh,
helping people see
shoot.
how horrific it is and reject it. And that includes to men as well as to women. So I'm not going to be like, well, I can't tell men that these behaviors are bad because I'm a woman. I think that would be a mistake. Yeah.
So what kind of behaviors are you telling men are bad?
Well, again, I think it's more like, for example, when it comes to sexual ethics, I've been pretty open with my content about the harm of pornography and the harm of promiscuity. And I think that's a message not just for men, it's a message for women too. So,
But you will tell men what to do when it comes to sexual promiscuity. I saw you do it with Justin Waller. So you're gonna tell men what they should do when it comes to porn and sexual promiscuity.
yes,
Yeah.
I'm going to say do not look at porn. I'm going to say do not
Oh
be
shit.
sexually promiscuous, and it's for your good.
And that's why
My boy got lightning power.
Because I think
Oh.
any woman that nags men and tells men.
Oh,
what
we
to
got a
do.
little bit of a problem here.
And so I would say that I'm against fake trap.
You're always entitled to your opinions, including on your channel, girl.
Totally. So when I say a fake trad-con, this is what I say. They use Jesus and religion to make money. They use their kids and their husbands. And some of these apply to you, I would say, but some don't. So don't take all of them as. They use their kids and their husband as a way to get clout. So you'll often see the women posting their kids on Twitter.
I can't see anything.
On Twitter. I don't know why the hell they're doing that. So they'll try to sell them marriage, right? But you're putting your kid on an app for clout that has weird people on it. And you want to say you're in a traditional marriage. That makes me think women, even the conservatives ones, aren't taking it too seriously. And they're using their husband for clout. I'd say undercover feminists tell men what to do and how to run their households. So I think nagging men and their behavior, I just think it's out of place for you to do that. You're a woman, I think it's out of order. For using shame, guilt, insult, and need to be right in an attempt to nag men into changing their behavior. They also tend to use this to shame the male sex drive. So For example, that you guys will say that pornography is like the worst thing ever, but you never criticize women for delaying marriage. Really, the porn problem would be solved if most women married their high school boyfriends. But we choose not
Oh
to.
shit!
I'll keep going. You can respond, but I want to get through all of them.
Yeah.
So they use shame, guilt. So you could take notes and then you could go through them one by one.
Sure,
I'll
okay,
give you
that's
like
fine.
2 minutes.
Fuck.
So
I died
they
from
use
burn
shame,
damage.
Guilt, insult, and the need
I
to
died
be
from
right.
burn
Okay, that one.
damage.
If a woman does something sexually immoral, it's always the man's fault. So what you guys tend to do is, for example, you'll say that
What
the
up,
women
Abe?
were coerced. You'll give get out of jail free cards to the women that did cam work for Tate, but Tate is the villain for making money off it. Just an example. The fake conservative women, they tend to claim to be pure.
Oh
So
shit!
what
I
they
got
do
skill
is they have a
points.
tendency to say that they were virgins on their wedding day or didn't make liberal decisions, but when I look at their choices
And relic.
the purities, it's always unverifiable. I can't verify it. It's always I have to believe them. They generally marry after 25. They use the relationship for clout. And generally, the sex, like women on average lose their virginity at 16. So I just have to blindly believe that in a decade you did nothing. It might work on you guys, it's not you, but you guys as simp husbands. It doesn't work on me. Fake tradcon women tend to call themselves virgins, but they have workarounds like backdoor, blowjobs, fingering, etc.
What
Fake
the?
tradcon women have a tendency to platform sex workers or former hoes, even without verifying their story is correct. I saw you do this with Nala. She was, even when she came on your show, she still had pretty provocative pictures.
She just
on her
hates people that
Instagram.
talk to
Wasn't
Nala.
called out for it, softball
Oh,
media.
what?
Fake tradcons tend to care more about money and being right than being honest. They have a tendency to get caught in money laundering schemes. They tend to pay themselves exorbitant amounts of money in the name of God. Tradcons have a tendency, Nala did this, to convert when it's convenient, and generally they are not religious before they made money off of God. Tradcons tend to demonize male sin and downplay female sin. For example, a former hoe. I said this one. Church is generally the
Lila
last
is very
stop on the
uncomfortable.
whore
She's
train, and
emailing
tradcons make sure it's
rigorously
really
right
easy for
now
them.
to say,
Conservative
whoever the
women
hell
have a
got me on
tendency
this
to
show,
think that they do hard work.
don't
Really,
ever
they're
bring
just
me back
talking to
here
a
again.
microphone. They have a tendency to tell me they'll pray for me or insinuate, why do you think this way? And it's a shaming tactic to say I'm broken, bitter, etc. They have a tendency to use God as
Lila's
aggressive. They talk too much. They're not hot, and generally nobody likes
Lila's
them.
like, is this what we do
that's
here? You
really
just
what
run through
drove
your
me
little
away
list
and
of
gave me
stuff?
The opinions I had was I just saw women that did all.
I made a
these
list.
things.
Look at my list.
And,
I made a
it's
list.
like, if this is who's selling marriage, then God help the men. Go ahead. I'll give you respond as long
30
as you
seconds to talk until I interrupt you.
Thank you, Pearl.
And then
Well,
complain
first of all,
about
I
people
think you are
interrupting me. It's
living
my
in this
show.
fantasy world that
Get her.
reduces human beings.
Switch to Google
Ah,
Phone
fuck
Wireless
you,
and get
Google.
the unlimited premium phone plan with extra perks like 6 months of YouTube Premium on us. You can stay
Shut up.
connected on the go with international
Wait, I
data
never
in
got no
200
YouTube
plus
Premium? Where-
destinations and high-speed.
To say that
I didn't
men
get
and
no
women
dang
can't speak
YouTube
truth to each other. That
Premium?
we can't.
Get
this
her.
idea you can't speak truth because it's a man listening. I think that's ridiculous. I don't think men and women need to be at constant war with each other. I think your whole worldview is that men and women are at constant war with
That's
each
the
other. We need to
stupid
just fight
pill.
each other because we're always gonna
Red
hurt
pill.
each other.
Your religion
And
is
well,
red
yes,
pill. Now
there's
it's
sin
black
in this
pill.
world, and we do
Pearl.
hurt each other. There is also virtue in this world. There's also love in this world because of God's grace. We can choose what is right, and there are beautiful, thriving marriages. The social data shows us that men who are married actually fare better financially, that men who are married by a large degree report more happiness than men who are cohabitating or men who are single. That data, I think, should give people hope because there is this push today, not just by your platform, but by others, including on the left. I think the left is actually especially pushing anti-marriage narratives even more than you or a few people kind of adjacent to the right, saying, oh, marriage isn't worth it, or just be, do what you want to do sexually, doesn't matter, morals don't matter. But I think that the moral path is given to us for our flourishing. And putting sex back in marriage where it belongs is given to us for both men and women's flourishing. And it's also given to us for the flourishing of children, because children deserve to be in a household with a loving mother and a loving father who are committed to each other for life. And that project is absolutely possible, even if you come from a broken background. I know people who have come from extreme broken backgrounds, divorces, cheating, all kinds of horrible things, and they have faithfully been married for 40, 50 years, and they are an incredible testament to the power of saying, I am strong, I can love, I can choose to do what is right even when it's hard, and I'm going to commit to this person for life, and we're going to be in this together and raise a beautiful family together. There are tons of those stories. They may not always be on YouTube channels or on the internet, but there are tons of those stories in our communities across the country, and those give me a lot of hope, as well as, of course, looking at the social data. And I think the other thing that we need to say about marriage here is that marriage isn't just about what I can get, marriage is also about what I can give. And I think that lens of understanding that marriage is about the gift of yourself for the other person, going all in, helps us understand that life isn't about me, life is about together serving other people and building a project in care of other people. In the case of a marriage, the children that you might bring into
Now
the
let's
world.
see how Pearl
And
reacts
if
to
we,
this. She's actually let
I
her
think
talk. That's
uphold
nice.
marriage as a beautiful thing, not for everyone. Not everyone is called to marriage. You don't have to be married, I think, to be happy or to be fulfilled, but that it is a beautiful calling for many and even most people, and that we should equip people with the tools to be more happily married by helping them grow in virtue, helping them with things like having good role models, good mentor couples. I think this is where people should really get involved in faith communities, Pearl, because I think it's very hard to, stay married even in a culture like ours. I know you don't like me, blaming the culture. People should take responsibility. Of course, people should take responsibility, but the culture's pretty toxic today. And so I think people need to find faith. They need to find belief in God and a higher power. They need to look at a moral pathway that is designed for our flourishing, and they need to get in community with other people who are living the same way. I think that's really important, because if your community is like just an online community, or your community is people that are just down and out and really upset and kind of always griping about how bad the world is, and they're not wanting to commit, they're not wanting to love, yes, you might feel yourself pretty miserable, pretty hopeless. But if you get plugged in with a community where there are healthy marriages, there are thriving families, as I'm blessed to be, and I know many people who are blessed to be, I think there's an opportunity for more hope, and you're getting closer to not the dysfunction, but the functional marriages that exist. You can learn from those married couples. You can find married couples.
Do I have 4
say,
points
how
to
did you
use?
do it? How did you date and find a good spouse?
Oh, yeah, it's been
How
a
did
minute.
you,
I also
build this
should have a
project
new
together
spirit.
and weather the storms together. And then you make faith a part of your life, and you pray to God. I do think faith is crucial for all of us, men and women, to ask God, what do you want me to do with my life? How do you want me to live? What's your purpose for me? And I think God can guide you and give you hope and consolation, so you're not living with fear.
Game is this? Oh, Night Rain.
It's 9:15. How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat.
I'm in an actual boat.
I thought Grammarly just fixed grammar. They make boats now?
It's more of a metaphorical boat, because I've been using Grammarly's AI for years to keep me high and dry. Try it. Grammarly can look through your writing to make it easier to understand. See? Shorter.
Whoa.
Clearer.
Cool.
And better.
We got 3
People know what
focus
you're trying to
points
say, and You
now.
won't be flooded with confused emails.
Can you do mine?
No problem. Your writing's good, but your word choices could be better.
Wow.
Now your writing is as confident as you are.
Oh, well, what about our proposal?
Let me take a look. Woof, you'll be in deep water if you show this to the CEO. Grammarly can point out what's missing. Right there. The CEO will want to see a deadline. And here you should connect the projections back to company strategy.
Yeah, how could I do that? Mia, can you do a deep dive?
On it. 10% higher revenue by next year.
I'm sending it
I
in.
probably didn't need to do that last point into here, but whatever.
The CEO loves it. Budget and headcount are approved.
Let's get everyone on board. I meant figuratively.
Download Grammarly for free.
In knowing how you should direct your life and the decisions that you should make.
you're still listing
One
things
last
that-
thing.
Okay,
Actually, I need to say one last thing to address something you said.
Go ahead.
Thanks for listening.
Totally okay.
You said this thing, you made this comment, you had a lot of comments you made, but the comment about men, are looking at pornography because they're being denied marriage. I think that was largely speaking the point, which is, I think, a crazy point. I think pornography is a poison.
Corn.
Sorry, excuse me. Pornography is
You
a
can
poison
talk, you can
inside
say,
and outside of marriage. So
dude,
just
it's
because
so
someone's
dumb.
married, getting married is not.
Dude, Pearl repeated over and over again, kill babies, kill babies, kill babies, kill babies, like 100 times. And then if you say pornography, like people say pornography on YouTube, especially when you're having a debate or a discussion about something like this. You have 2 million subscribers. You don't have any pull? Or you can't say the word pornography? Huh? Lila's not scared to say it. Lila does media stuff too.
Not going to solve sexual addiction issues if someone has them. Getting married is not going to solve.
How do I choose the
vices that someone might have, right? They will bring those into the marriage, and they will need to work on those, right? So I think just saying like, oh, marriage is going to solve porn addictions or sexual addictions. I think that's actually not a good argument to make.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it's the wife getting fat too. But I
think that's totally untrue, but we can agree.
80% of women gain 20 pounds or more in the first 5 years of marriage. 80%. 20 pounds is a lot. That's a lot of fat.
Well, I'm going to guess a lot of that. I do think there is a lot of weight gain around getting pregnant, and sometimes it can be hard to lose the weight after pregnancy.
That's an excuse. My mom ran a marathon. You guys are soft. Like. But you keep listing stuff. I would still go back to everything you listed was that men should sacrifice for society. So you still haven't listed
anything. Just to be clear, Pearl, men and women. Just to be clear, Pearl, this is really important. Men and women. It's not like, oh, men should be the sacrificial ones and women shouldn't sacrifice.
Totally.
No, in a marriage, you go all in 100%, the woman and the man. It should not be, I'm going to leave some cards on the table.
What are women's duties?
You're saying what are women's duties in a marriage?
Yeah,
to love their husbands faithfully, exclusively, of course, to be open to being a mother. I think that is a duty, and to be a nourishing, loving, nurturing mother. If they're able to have children, of course, some women are not able to have children. To respect their husbands, to try to make their husbands' lives better, easier.
Should they obey their husbands in all things?
Largely speaking, yeah, they should. I think there's a
largely speaking.
I think biblical.
Yes.
I think there's an important biblical teaching about submission, and I think the husband is the tiebreaker, and that's a good thing in a household.
Okay, but women aren't having kids.
Okay, today we have rehearsal, photo shoot, or we could just take a light day.
The development of consumer products is never linear and is filled with potential issues blocking success. Fusion 360 allows every team member to seamlessly share designs back and forth, collaborate with other teams in the same environment, enabling true collaboration at every stage of the process.
So what are
again, you're kind of painting the broad brush. There's definitely a lot of women that are having kids. Some women don't want kids, and I think that's tragic for many of them.
Statistically not true. If women are having kids, they're having kids in their 30s, which you have a much higher likelihood of having a kid with autism or something else wrong with it.
So how does that relate back to what we were discussing?
Well, I'm asking what women's duties are. They're not having kids. So what do the men get? What do the women have to bring to the table?
Well, I do think it is a duty of marriage to be open to life. So I think if you go into marriage and saying, I'm not going to have any kids, I don't want kids, it's a burden. I think it's an anti-marriage ultimately attitude.
Yeah, and I totally agree, but with that's not what women are doing. That's like, again, it goes back to the idealistic and realistic.
Well, but again,
what would be nice versus what is, you know?
Yeah.
Men are like, oh, babe, that sounds great. My wife's not getting fat. That sounds great. That sounds great. A 22-year-old that wants to get married. That sounds great. Where are they?
I mean, I know you don't like to use personal examples. You kind of make these broad brush generalizations, but you know, there absolutely are statistically many people getting married. There are millions of married people in this country. So I don't know where you're going with the point. If your point is that marriage is in disarray, if your point is that it's, you know, can be hard to get married in today's culture, I agree with you on all that. I don't think we disagree on that.
My point is that.
And here's another data point. The fertility rate in faith communities is usually much higher. So you're going to have people who are faith-based having more kids. And why is that, right? The reason for that is they're going into marriage with an understanding of what the purpose is, and they're supporting each other in the beautiful project of building families. So that's, again, another reason why faith is such a key component, I think, to everything here, especially with regard to healthy marriages.
My point is that tradcons have a tendency
Climbing up to the top, taking out the archers, like a G. Oh shit, he got grenades? This bitch got grenades.
Women than their selfish desires. And that's what
You're chasing me, huh, bro?
So I wish it wasn't so, but that's the market.
How did I miss him?
All right. I mean, like I said, you can paint as many generalizations as you want all day long about women, about men, and I can keep coming back with data about married men being happier and about married men being, you know, having more financial success, things like that. So those are key data points. I know you've kind of dismissed them, although those don't really count, but I do think that, you know,
he got stuck.
Negativity about marriage is a problem today. I think that marriage is a beautiful, beautiful, good thing that has made a lot of people, when a lot of people choose it, they build a project together, they bring life into the world. I think without marriages and strong marriages, we're not going to have a functioning society.
Oh, he's supposed to do a, what's it called?
Because of the breakdown of the family.
Well, right, but that goes to what society gets out of marriage, not men. You just kind of diverted it. Now it's like, what is society? Well, we get a safe society.
Oh, you are way talking past me, my friend. I'm
listening very closely.
It sounds like you have a script you repeat again and again, and you're not. I don't know that we're talking to each other right now because, you know, I am talking about men that, you know, statistically speaking, report being happy.
Oh, he's gonna blow up. I forgot he's gonna blow up.
Successful in marriage. And you keep saying, well, you're not talking about what men get out of marriage, but
there's more.
Hear what I just said.
I'm gonna die from fire
I would say that the
no,
divorce
Pearl just
stats cancel out the marriage stats because men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce, and more veterans have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined. And a good percentage of those were from,
horrible.
Yeah, a good percent were from when the Iraq war happened and they came back and their wife was banging some dude. You know how it goes.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's absolutely heartbreaking. So, but I don't think that the risk of divorce means that someone should not pursue marriage, especially if they're feeling called to it. I don't think that risks, I mean, you get in a car and you risk getting in a car accident and you risk dying, right? Life is full of risks. So the question is, how am I going to,
I don't know where I'm going.
Love is a risk. Bringing a child into the world is a risk. Love is a risk. So I'm not going to say, oh, you're going to be so safe, everything's going to be easy, there's never going to be a problem in your life. But I will say,
if I rest, is everything going to respawn?
Men who are married report that they are very happy, significantly more than men who cohabitate.
I have to rest.
Men who are single. That is survey data with men themselves saying, this is how I experience my life. It's their information, so you can choose to believe it or not. And men are financially.
I hope everything didn't just respawn.
Married, they do better than men who are unmarried. And even those men who get divorced are still doing better than the men who never got married in the first place.
Don't just use the internet, unleash it with ultra-fast speeds. And with Price for Life Internet, you can keep your internet service monthly rate for as long as you keep your plan. Quantum Fiber, it's your world unleashed.
Come on, Arby, shut up. I only have 56 will, or I got 56 will from that fight.
Still say that the divorce rate, when the average
I'm doing
marriage is
pretty
7 to
good,
8 years,
Abe.
that does cancel out.
Sorry, I haven't
pretty
looked at
much
chat in a
everything
minute.
You said.
I don't think that applies at all.
Yeah,
I don't think
I would say that
makes
when
sense what you're saying.
men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide, that cancels that out.
What the heck was that?
Women mostly put men on child support.
What is that?
And alimony. I would say that cancels it out. I'd say when a man has to risk 40% of his income up to 18 years, that's a long time. So
there's also, if we want to talk more about data here, there's also the data about, again, back to the faith.
Dude, did I ever even get the
people who have faith, people who seek a higher purpose for their marriage, for their lives. There are surveys that show that those that pray together in their marriage and attend weekly church services, the divorce rate can be as low as 2%.
yeah, I've seen that, but it's a pretty small sample size. Is one problem with that study, and the other issue is it's taking people.
But that's a pretty good. Those are. I mean, are those good odds in your mind?
Well, if I thought they were accurate, they would be. But it's again, you guys always want to push religion, and that's what you guys are selling in general. So what you guys tend to do is you take these studies and extrapolate them like they mean something, but they're very small sample sizes. One, you include Gen X and Boomer women, which were in very different circumstances than the women today, is problem number 2. They also included millennials in the divorce rate for that.
Did I ever get that pill?
So the challenge is if the average marriage. So I'm a millennial.
Where was that?
So you just dismissed the study about those that pray together and go to church. Well, divorce rates as low as 2%. What's this? You said it's too small as a sample.
Well,
How big is the sample?
Well, the other issue, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I've looked at it before. The other issue.
So you're
just
that's nice. It's too small. I mean, here's the thing.
I'm not.
Listen.
I've read it before, but it was kind of a lot. You know, if you gave me a list before the debate, I could have went through it. But which is fine.
I don't know if Lila knew this was a debate.
The other challenge.
Yeah, you didn't expect her to do it because you probably said, "Can you come on for an interview?"
And the reason I'm saying this is because I want people to be accurate and people to be informed about how they tend to lie to you to push their religion. I'm not saying it's malicious. I don't.
I mean, here's something.
The challenge is if you include millennial women, you're including people that haven't divorced yet. Because if the average divorce is it's around 8 years, then when the kids hit high school, if you make it past 25, you're kind of going to make it, but statistically. But they're including people that haven't divorced yet as one challenge in very sect communities. So go ahead.
I'm curious how you see risk, because I think it's like a worldview question, right? So I've been talking about the fact that men who are married are more financially successful than men who are unmarried, and then even men who divorce are still more financially successful than the men who never married. You know, the surveys that show that men who are married report higher levels of happiness than men who are unmarried or men cohabitating. So there's all that data, right? And there's all the anecdotes. We could talk about that as well. We could talk about faith communities and the divorce rate being low as 2% in faith communities. So we can talk about all of that. But I think what underpins, it sounds like, to me, your worldview is this idea of risk. Well, bad things could happen. In some cases, men, may get divorced, right? And then they might, be suicidal. And there's tons of horrific horror stories out there, right? So I'm curious.
Blood of the Iron Bull.
Car, like, I don't know if you drive or you walk where you live, but when you get in your car, you are taking the risk. You are taking a risk of your own life, actually, because there are car accidents. I think it's like 1 out of every 100 people are going to get in a car accident, right? So you're taking this risk of getting in a car accident, possibly risking your life, but you still get in your car. So how do you decide? I'm curious. How do you decide how you choose what risks to take? And how do you, do you have a recommendation for how people should weigh risks? Or you're just saying, I'm putting the risk information out there?
Men naturally weigh the risk versus the reward. Had you responded, I've been asking
so do you ever talk about the rewards of marriage, Pearl?
Right, if there were some now, like men 100 years ago.
You don't think there's any rewards to marriage, Pearl?
Are you gonna let me finish or no? Okay, so 100 years ago, men got a virgin bride at like 22. They got a young wife that had been with 0 other men, and they got like 6 kids. Risk versus reward. That's a pretty good reward. Today, they get an ex-hoe or someone that says they weren't a hoe, but still marrying around 30. So it's like, bitch, what were you doing the last decade? Don't have to believe you. 3, they also get 1, maybe 2 kids. Half the time it's gonna be via IVF. They get she's actually paid to leave you and steal your children and ruin your reputation. And if you start a business, you can take that too. Half the time they don't even want to stay home. So if I think, and I'm just putting myself in a man's shoes.
What the fuck, dude?
40% of my income for 18 years for an ex-ho that'll give me one kid.
Pearl's annoying me. That's why I'm losing.
Because she's having it in her 30s. I don't know if that's the best sell, and I keep saying, well, what do I get? And then you guys say, well, my study says they'll be happier. And I'm like, well, does the woman stay fit? Does she have to have sex?
Lila's
with him?
thinking this chick
Well,
is
you can't
horrible
say
for the
that.
world.
Well, this isn't a great sell.
She's trying to be
There's
like
no God in divorce court, and
the
I've seen
ginger
women
Jesse Lee
that
Peterson,
were
but she's
more
not good
religious
at it
than
because
you
there's no
are,
God.
that did
There's no
terrible
love.
things.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get the unlimited premium phone plan with extra perks like 6 months of YouTube Premium on us. You can also stay
Fuck,
connected on
dude.
the go with international data in 200 plus destinations. Switch to Google Fi Wireless.
You can never break this system offer from my king!
If you're experiencing an epic bond between Hiccup and Toucan on a screen this small, it's time to soar.
You ready?
God-awful thing. Women that aren't on the internet, women that had like 10 kids and married at 22. And they did terrible things. I don't think that's the same thing.
Dude, what
as
the
a car
hell?
accident. If I get in my car, every ride, there's not like a 15% chance that somebody's gonna ruin my life for 20 years. That's a pretty big risk.
So I would recommend that people look up, those that are listening to the show right now, look up the statistics, the information, the survey data on
Dude, there's so
men's
many
wealth
different
who are
places
married,
to go.
Sexual, the amount of sex people have and how happy they are their sex lives.
They don't
married
care
versus
about
not,
money,
as
Lila.
well as-
They care about
Well,
their
let me
kids.
just finish, Pearl.
They
And then
want to
also
see their
happy-
children. See, this is the same. This is the problem. You're talking about money before their kids. They want to
think we're
be
totally
there.
talking past each other right
no,
now.
they want to be there from birth till the kid is 18. I know men, they'll
They
spend
all
money. They don't
respawn?
get,
What
like,
the fuck?
They'll give up. Like, money isn't the end of the world, but it's paying for a wife that's screwing another dude and spending more time with your kid than you are. That's hell. That's death.
Pearl, if men want to have children, if men don't want children, they shouldn't get married. But if men want to have children,
Oh,
the
shoot,
best
it's
way to
these
protect
guys.
Their rights is actually getting married. If you are a single
How
father
can I
who's
not know your sufferings?
We gotta kill the,
Before our master returns from the valley, we've got to tough it out.
We've got to kill the little guy first, then the big guy.
Lads went out to see the altar the other day.
When we kill the little guy, the big guy gets gonna get enraged. But if we want the best rewards,
Not from men or
we have to
livestock,
kill the big
but
guy
listen to the remains of our
last.
kin. Curse that furry jackass.
Little guy.
Just wait until Master hears about this. Hush! Hush, you fool! Our restoration. We can't say it out loud now. Oh, your poor brother hadn't.
But we need to weaken the big guy. We're gonna weaken the big guy.
What's that smell?
Then we're gonna kill the little
Fresh
guy.
meat, delivering itself all the way to this dump for our lunch.
Weaken the little guy, then kill the big guy. I mean, weaken the big guy. I don't want to kill him. I just want to get his health real low. this. Woo! Okay. Now I'm gonna go kill this guy. That was a sick resolute strike. I'm gonna die. I have to get here without taking damage from all those stupid archers. What is that? R2. I don't know what that does, but I just figured out how I did it. Okay, I gotta get over here without taking down. I don't remember how I got over here. There's supposed to be a fast travel back to the boss. I think I just fast traveled to the same place that I'm at. Okay, yeah, I opened the bowl. Okay, now let's fight him with full health. Resolute strike. Oh, shit. Woo! Oh, I gotta go kill the other guy. Ooh! Oh, shoot. He doesn't like when you attack that guy. Fuck. I'm in trouble.
Where is your agility?
Where's the other guy? Fuck, I'm gonna die. I don't know where the other guy's at. Oh, you gotta get him to break that pillar. I could kill these guys, but the problem is I need to make sure I kill them in the right order. And he gets mad when you start beating up on the little guy. So we need to kind of alternate between the two of them.
Who goes there?
Kill. Big guy. Then little. Kill little guy, then big guy. I'll just kill the little guy. Oh shit. Whoa, what the? What just happened? I got pushed out of the map and I died. I got pushed out of the map and I went and I died. What the heck was that? It's like Dragon Ball. You can't step out of the ring. Hold up. Hold up. That's the strat. Almost kill the little guy. Then whoop the big guy's ass till he's about dead. Then finish off the little guy and kill the big guy. I swear I heard there's a way to fast travel back to this boss. Okay. What's tonifying decoction? I'm just gonna kill him. They say this guy gets enraged, but I'd rather fight. Oh, okay. Oh, it's like that, huh? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He broke my immobilize? Whoa, 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 whoa. Dropping frames. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck. Yeah, okay. That's why you don't kill the little guy until the big guy's health is down. So you get little guy's health down till there's just a little bit. Then you get big guy's health down till there's just a little bit. Then you kill little guy and kill big guy. You may be thinking, why don't you just kill the big guy and then kill the little guy? Because then we don't get the reward for beating big guy while he's enraged. So we want to fight him while he's enraged, but we just want to make sure he's only got a little bit of health left. Because as you just saw, it's not fun to deal with him once he's raged up. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits, for the membership. Did the notification work? I gotta fix the sound effect. You guys would hear the sound effect, but I didn't hear the sound effect. Like when I... Oh, shit. When I do my, Oh, there's like a secret spot down here? Did I come from down here? Problem is I'm gonna get lost if I keep dilly-dallying. Wait, this leads up to the same place, I think. Yep.
Who goes there? Take him down.
Oh, damn. I don't know what else I could do. We just gotta sequence it right. Gotta get his health down low, like I did the first couple times. Kill the little guy. Little guy dies quick. And then, damn, once big dude gets raged up, go fire mode and just super attack his ass. That's the game plan. That's the game plan, man. Ain't no other way. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, you know? So I was gonna do a live Carter 6 reaction, but I already listened to Carter 6 last night while I was working. And it's not good. It's not good. It hurts to say that because Wayne's my boy. And I bet if I listen to it for a little while, some of the songs will grow on me. But I often say this about Lil Wayne albums, I find. But this album, no, it's different. I'll go back to the women argument. I don't like watching women argue. I don't like watching women do much other than wash dishes, but that's just me, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm talking about my boy. We both got hit by that. I'm button mashing. Oh shit. See, I was button mashing. Okay, I gotta stop. attack this guy. Fuck, did he just fuck up my cloud step? Fuck. He's dead. Now he's in rage mode. I still have my, He's dead. Woo! I didn't think you got a little worried there at the end there. I popped all my pills. Oh, it's the headless banjo player. Bum, 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 bum. Father and son, fate's bitter game. Headless, I grieve all the same. So now we use all our gourd to heal up if we have any gourd left, but we don't have any gourd left. Controller disconnected. Is it dying? What the? Got to use any gourd I had left, but I don't think I had any left. Use talent. Where was I? Well, I'm not trying to fight y'all right now. I'm trying to do something. Whoa! What the fuck is that? Oh, I tried to pick a flower and it turned into an enemy. He did. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, there's a hole in the wall over here. Oh, there's not. Just looked like there was. The Pierce and Andrew and Jay just dropped. I thought it wasn't until 7 o'clock. It wasn't supposed to come out till 7 p.m. Maybe 7 p.m. England time? Yeah, I'm done listening to these. I can't stand Pearl. See, that's my homepage. What is that? It did, you're right. Let's go.
Big ideas don't come easy.
No, it might be England time.
You say that.
Yeah,
Oh, what is this? Christians versus atheists?
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean,
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
Danny, you were the smartass in the room, according to Jordan.
People can see the frustration that we have with Peterson. I would say that atheists are not the only ones that are frustrated. Christians are.
We have two gaytheists on the panel.
Gaytheists.
So that I
See, like
bullied
this
them.
kind of behavior.
The
Look at
gaytheists. This behavior.
They're funny, Jay Dyer.
Oh my God, look at this behavior. This behavior is out of
You are
control.
two gaytheists.
Why do these guys even get to talk to them?
I'm sorry. I thought we were supposed to be loving. You don't know what loving means.
Let's not talk over each other. When 20 committed atheists recently took on Professor Jordan Peterson as part of Jubilee's Surrounded series, it's fair to say it got quite intense, especially for Dr. Peterson. Two exchanges in particular took the internet by storm.
So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
That other nerd. Yo.
Do you think it to be true?
That other nerd, the one that looks like Dilbert. He looked like Dilbert. And his voice, something about his voice, I can't stand him. He didn't get no attention, and he got Jordan Peterson pretty pissed off, more so than Parker, I would say. Dude who looked like damn Dexter's Lab, that guy, that no-neck dude, he didn't get no shine. He's about to off himself. He's not happy with life.
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
and I mean,
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Now this kid is too big for his britches because he owned Jordan Peterson.
That's why I explained that. I could believe
He's
it
like a
if
hero
it
among the
exists, but if someone
TikTok
threatened
left.
My life, right? I would lie in order to be able to save my life.
Yeah.
Right? Like I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life.
be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
I think everyone should look at the title of your YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
They're gonna say, who are you to tell anybody who's a Christian?
Peterson's young inquisitors posted on X. Peterson was no Christian. Let's move on. Are there any actual Christians that want to debate?
What the hell is this creature?
One that, of course, we on Uncensored are only
New journal
to
entry.
facilitate. So making their uncensored debut from the Danny Phil Talk channel, Danny Shaw, and Parker from the Parker Get a Job channel. And we've arranged for them to take
Get
on
a
two of the most
job. He
notorious
stole that from
atheists and
JLP.
debaters on the internet, who also happen to be conservative Christians. The king of blood sport debating, Andrew Wilson from his principal, and the equally forthright author, comedian, and commentator Jay Dyer from the Jay
How's the
Dyer
audio
Show.
sound? Does
Welcome
game audio
to
need to
all
go
four
down?
of you. Well, let me
Pierce
start with
audio go
you,
up?
Parker.
We could do that.
Were you surprised by the reaction to what went down with Jordan Peterson?
Actually, no. I was actually expecting this to happen, as I knew before this, as I watched the Alex O'Connor debate against Jordan Peterson, that he was very, very not likely to, like being associated with Christianity.
He's rascally.
So I knew actually going into this that I was going to ask him a
JP's
question
rascally
specifically
with the
about
Christianity.
whether or not he believes this to be the case, and that he would likely be.
Oh, are we fighting?
not very upfront
Let's get
with
it
his
then.
answer, So I actually kind of expected there to be a response like this. Now, I didn't expect it to go as viral as it did, as there are literally tens of millions of views on clips associated with mine and Danny's against Jordan Peterson all over social media. So it's actually really cool to see that, you know, everyone across the board, whether it's Christians, atheists, Muslims, right, etc., actually see that he's really not wanting to answer the question there because he doesn't want to be associated with Christianity for some reason.
And Danny, I mean, you were the smart ass in the room, according to Jordan. What's been your reaction to the fallout?
I'm generally happy that that people can see the frustration that we have with Peterson. I would say that atheists are not the only ones that are frustrated. Christians are, right? Here we have Peterson saying things like, "Yeah, I think Jesus might have resurrected, but I don't know what that means. Yeah, I might be a Christian in some sense, but I'm not a divine Christian." It's all wishy-washy. We're all frustrated, and I think that the video is.
I don't think Andrew and Jay are totally gonna disagree on this here.
Far from
like, I think Andrew and Jay probably agree. They're not fans of Jordan Peterson anyway. Like, there's actually common ground on this panel. None of these guys would say that Jordan Peterson is like some example of a Christian, but I'd say he's a seeker, and I'm not gonna make a salvific claim about him, but he's seeking and he's trying to speak to young men and say the right things, and he's been deluded with pharmacopoeia and psychology and psychiatry and intellectualization for so long. He's embedded in it. It's embedded in his whole worldview, and he's seeking to get away from that, probably because the pharmacology probably led to him having a little bit of you know, when they say SA, they're talking about sexual assault. I think of substance abuse. He was having some dang substance abuse. Barbiturates, right? And that's rough. So he's an old man, and he's been in the freaking liberal cesspool Canadian higher education for his whole life. So he's doing the best he can. He's a smart guy. These little click farmers, little Parker and little dipshit, I don't even know the other guy's name. Just trying to, I own Jordan Peterson. Now I'm like Alex O'Connor. Haha. I'm smart debater guy on the internet. Doing good for a Canadian college professor. Facts.
Shy Christians to take you on in this arena. Andrew Wilson, let me start with you. What was your reaction to these two and their showdown with Jordan Peterson?
I mean, I kind of have to agree with Danny a little bit. It's like,
told you.
You know, like, people have been wanting this guy to take the position on whether he's a Christian or not a Christian forever. On the right, the left, center, basically across the board. Now,
see, it's basically 4-on-1. It's these four against Jordan Peterson,
kind of started the
and he's not there.
Of standing up to the pronouns people, which was pretty epic to watch. But, you know, ultimately, you know, he's kind of a shell of his former self. He didn't look great.
I think he's better than his former self. His former self was on freaking drugs.
The Daily Wire probably hasn't been great for him. He's not he doesn't have the kind of edge that he used to have. But ultimately, I mean, I was actually kind of glad to see it. You know, it's about time we know. Are you or aren't you? You know, get off the shit or get off the pot, essentially, right? Are you a Christian or aren't you a Christian? That's a fair question.
He said he doesn't like to talk about it publicly.
The world will remember this day.
And Jay, I mean, ultimately, these two young men on the panel today, they're sworn atheists. You obviously are not. But you were actually conducting a debate about their atheism and their Christianity. How would you take it, given what happened to Jordan?
Well, it depends on what you mean, Pierce. Depends on what you mean. How would I take them on? Well, I think there's a lot of different ways that you could critique an atheist position. Most of the time, I'd argue from the three branches of philosophy: epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics. Those are just the three branches of any worldview, and everybody has a worldview, whether they know it consciously or not. So I would critique
metaphysics,
the
epistemology, and
the
ethics.
atheist materialist worldview to see if it's rational, if it's coherent, if it can provide a justification for
Increased stamina,
moral,
nice.
ethical oughts.
Permanent
so I think that was a
stam
much
increase.
better route. In fact, Peterson used to kind of take that approach back when he debated Sam Harris. He would call out the is-ought problem with Sam Harris. When he debated Matt Dillahunty, he would call out the exact same types of preconditions for a worldview issue that I used to do, or I usually do. So I think that'd be a better route than just sort of having this ambiguous, Jungian position of non-committal, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, I would say to you, Parker and Danny, that I've interviewed Jordan Peterson a lot, maybe 5-6 times on Uncensored. Quite long interviews, often quite emotional. He's an emotional guy.
Always.
I would disagree.
You've got to find your dragon. These young men, they don't know what to do in the world.
Putting aside the whole debate about Christianity,
It's such a hard world for these young men. They need a purpose. You need to learn to control your monster.
But that's his right.
Push it deep down far inside.
As a force
Hold
for
it
good, though,
there.
for young men, I do think that in comparison, for example, to Andrew Tate, that Jordan Peterson has been a far better influence over the minds of young men of your kind of age than someone like Andrew Tate would.
Crouching Tiger Temple. We got to fight a tiger. It gets hard here. This is a skill check.
The bar is literally in hell.
This tiger fight is a damn skill check.
I mean, you must see some positives in the general messaging that Jordan gives the young men about wanting to improve their lives, wanting to empower themselves, opening up and so on. And do you accept that about him?
I think it's good to open up, and I think it's good for men to want to improve their lives, but we also need to be very specific on what is improving towards their lives. And I honestly don't think that Jordan Peterson, within all respects, would be upholding that. But sure, I could say he's better than someone like Andrew Tate.
I mean,
I think that's pretty obvious.
This is not as good as what I have.
View of Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson when it comes to their influence on young men, because it is huge.
Yeah,
with both of them, I can tell you when I walk around, most people under 25 who are male come up and they ask me either about Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I feel like the question is like asking a Republican, is Joe Biden better than Mussolini, right? I mean, it's such a vast difference. I would say that it seems like that Jordan Peterson has benefited people, mostly in the psychology realm, the whole 12 rules for life and stuff, which a lot of those rules seems to be rules that...
I don't know what mine cores are for, but I need to buy them.
Granted, the point is that, yeah, he's probably helped people. I have no problem saying that.
All right, Andrew, let's turn to some other issues here. One is Pride Month. Now, my view of this
is it's gay.
Why we need
Damn it! If I hadn't bought those, I could have made this staff.
I don't even get an hour as a straight guy. So why?
I need this staff.
A month for Pride, and it's not because I'm remotely homophobic, because I'm not. I'm the complete opposite. I've always absolutely supported gay rights. I just don't get why we need to have a month of Pride. Beam's creatine is America's #1, and it's made by a company founded on values like hard work and delivering real results. Creatine is often dismissed as just for bodybuilders, but the truth is that it's one of the most researched.
I still don't have enough. I need 8,000.
Supporting strength, brain health, and longevity. Quality matters, of course, and Beam creatine delivers. There's no
I need
fillers,
8,000.
and nothing synthetic, just clean.
All right,
science-backed
Pierce.
creatine.
I already got creatine. I drink creatine every day, bro. I'll smash you.
Their best-selling creatine for a limited time only. Go to shopbean.com.
I get it. Creatine. Shop Bean. Creatine. Mean Dean. On the scene. Don't be a fiend. Don't be a queen. All you gotta do is get up in between.
These sales don't happen
Don't be
very often.
sipping lean.
The lowest price you'll
A
find
little puffing
anywhere
green.
for a product of this quality.
Like a mean machine.
Shopbean.com/peers and use the promo code peers.
Pissing a. What are you pissing? A latrine? A latrine? Pissing a latrine? Come on now. Pissing a latrine. A ditch or rubber bean. Pitching a latrine, a ditch or rubber bean. Ah, I just made up that shit right there.
Well, Pride's always been completely astroturfed. I mean, to be honest, right from the very beginning.
Yo, there's
AstroTurf.
bodies.
It was always pumped full of government money, NGO funding. It was pumped full of corporate money.
Oh, we going in the arena?
You can find the Drudge Report came out.
Oh,
today
it's
from
the tiger.
Daily Telegraph.
We fighting the tiger in a pool of blood. This is a big boss fight.
A lot of the
Bloody hell. What's the hold up this
Hold on, I
time?
want to listen to what Andrew's saying, but I want to try this a few times first.
Suck your offerings and go breed more rats. If you dare to muck up the king's practice again, I'll serve your dimwit son up for supper. Myself. Ain't you that old loser? Where'd you come from? You bird-faced mug. Who cares anyway? I'll gobble you up first.
Why can't I use any of my other spells? Wow. I'm gonna lose. Why can't I use any of my spells?
Monkey brain could be a proper treat.
Why can't I use any spells? What the? All right, I'm gonna try this one more time, and I'm gonna turn the game volume down. How far back do I start? How far back do I start from this? I'm gonna try it one more time. For some reason, I can't use any of my abilities. I gotta just fight him. Wait, now I can. What did I just hit? I hit the wrong thing.
Take this!
Oh, what happened? Whoa. What was that?
Quit with your rubbish tricks! Get out here!
Ah. He hits hard. Fuck. That's not good. I'm dead. Alright, we got this. Hold on. Hold up, swole up. We got this. Hold on, I need a beer. I'm playing bad because this stupid cord has to be hooked up. That's the only reason. Dude, if I can make a killer skill point usage here. Like, what can we do that's big? Each talent level moderately increases the damage of the next attack after a perfect dodge. I get a lot of perfect dodges, but it costs 2 to do it. Increases critical chance. Survival is a trap, is what I've heard. I want this eventually, but not right now. Grants more focus when the second move of a light attack combo hits an enemy. Each initial dodge more agile and flexible. Slightly increases stamina or recovery rate when depleted. Already have this. Already have this. I have no idea what that one thing does. R2 and pushing the L stick. That was bad.
Monkey brain could be a proper drink. What's left is the king's to have.
It's okay. We started good, but I screwed up a couple things. I froze him in the air. I immobilized him in the air, and that was bad.
Fancy running, do ya? Your destiny! Stay on.
How did he hit me? Change your skills? How should I change my skills? I got 10 in staff stances, so I got the 3 things. Mainly I'm focusing on stamina.
Quit with your rubbish tricks. Get out there!
Fuck. Fuck.
Your destiny's right there.
I think my skills are fine. I can kill him. I can kill him. I got this. I want to watch this video, but I also want to kill this boss. I knew this was a skill test. This is like a game checkpoint. Everybody says this is like a tough one, and it's skill. It's all... I wish my cord didn't have to be plugged in right now. Ah, bad start. Maybe we'll start shield. Well, that was horrible. This is bad. This is so bad. I just want to restart. I don't even want to heal. That's fine. That was ugly. That was ugly. My bad. That was horrible. I don't even know how to check, like, my... Like, I have no idea what that skill is. Three punches. I forgot to heal. It doesn't matter if I'm healing and I haven't, and that's all the damage I've done. I need to get through a whole cycle of spells and abilities before I heal, which means fire guy and have all that stuff recharging when I heal up and then just run for a bit. I know, I could have healed. But it's like... Alright, I think this is going to be a bit of a grind, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the game volume down. And play the video. Listening to the video will help me focus on the game.
done with their executive orders, a lot of companies have begun moving away from trying to kind of fund this.
I'm gonna
and
go
it
back.
hasn't been popular for the last couple of years anyway. There's been a lot of pushback on various this.
And up to 30.
Procrastination isn't your fault. It's a
30%
What?
for a product.
AstroTurfed. I mean, to be honest, right from the very beginning, it's been AstroTurfed. It was always pumped full of government money, NGO funding. It was pumped full of corporate money. There was an article that came out, you can find in the Drudge Report, it came out today from, I believe it was Daily Telegram. It was pretty interesting. They went over, you know, a lot of the modern Trump administration and what they have done with their executive orders. A lot of companies have begun moving away from trying to kind of fund this, and it hasn't been popular for the last couple of years anyway. There's been a lot of pushback on various large corporations, companies, and NGOs for trying to pump kind of artificially these organizations. One of the things that article points out, which I tend to agree with, is that, hey, look, ultimately, when these companies are doing this, people lose trust for them. Remember, there was a big thing with Target not that long ago. Anytime this comes to light, there's actually a backlash. People can kind of see that it's artificially held up. There's no reason for it. It's silly. It has never really been about gay rights. It's
What do you
been
mean
about
there's no
weird.
reason? What do you mean?
It's
what do
been,
you mean there's
it's been, well, because it's always
What do you mean
really
there's no
been
reason
about,
for it, right? They're
I'm trying to
bullies
answer-
like
Do
you,
you want me to answer
right?
it? Do you want me to answer the question or no?
Yeah, you can go ahead, and I'll explain to you why I think there's a reason after.
Okay, yeah. So there's no real reason for it. It's been about pushing sexual perversion. It's never really been about anything to do with homosexuals themselves not having rights or having rights. It's never been about that. It's been about weird gay pride parades and all kinds of weird sexual stuff. It really has never been about that, and that's what the American people think. That's what they see. That's why you see companies moving away from it.
I don't think that's true. Look, they're gay people, like, let's take you, for example. You're the reason, right? When I first talked to you, right, we were having a normal debate about, I think, morality, and then you randomly asked me, what's your, you know, are you a homosexual? As to,
And you
as
were,
it turned
right?
out, right? And then,
You
and
were,
then
right?
also with,
But
and
hang on,
Jay
was
Dyer
I
said the
right,
same
though?
thing.
Was I right?
I'm not homosexual. No, I'm married
You said
to a
that you were
woman. I'm bisexual.
bisexual. You said that you were bisexual.
Right.
That's
Homosexual is not the
So I
same
was-
as bisexual.
There's
Maybe you can
certain.
learn
No,
about
that's
the
gay.
terms, but
Hom-
the point is,
Same
people
thing.
like you and Jay Dyer, people like you and Jay Dyer bully LGBTQ
Oh, yeah,
people.
everyone's
That's why
bullied,
it's
yeah, I
pride
know.
because of the kind of stigma.
He forgot a lot of letters.
Okay, so here's the thing that's so funny about this is, like, if both me and Jay Dyer, both of us
He's
assumed
bi and
that
he's
you were
married.
homosexual, and both of us were right. That's what's so funny about it.
Again,
We both assumed you were
why
you
you
were
say
gay,
I'm homosexual?
and we were both correct that
Andrew.
you were gay.
Andrew, is there
No, the
anything
point is
wrong
that
with
we
him
were
being gay?
You go ahead, Parker.
Huh?
Is there anything wrong with him being gay?
There's
Yeah.
a problem with you guys supporting NGO-funded kind of AstroTurf program to promote rights, which aren't even about promoting rights.
Was that a
The
response to what
the
I just said?
The whole ordeal here is, well, what's the prompt, Parker? The prompt is about pride, and so you're supporting an AstroTurfed, completely AstroTurf NGO-funded thing. It has nothing to do with gay rights at all, and people don't like it, Parker. They don't like it, Parker.
Well, Parker,
So that
I would
wasn't
ask
my-
you.
an answer
I
to
would
my-
ask Parker this. Look, I mean, look, Andrew, you said
my
some
question.
things which I completely disagree with about this issue. You said
I'm
women are
surprised
never
Andrew hasn't got a
criminalized and
SMB
white men find homosexuality
SM7B
so
yet.
depraved. We don't think there's a problem there. We know there's a problem there.
He needs
I'm
an
a man.
audio
I
guy.
don't find homosexuality remotely depraved. I think people's sexuality
It's way
is what
depraved.
it is. So I don't agree with you with some of the statements you've made. However, Parker, I am increasingly bemused.
It's gross.
Why, when there are so many important things in the world to worry about, we devote a whole month to gay pride. Why do we?
There are plenty of things that we specifically have months for to celebrate that I think are incredibly important. This, in this specific example, is incredibly important because of the dehumanization and the bigotry espoused specifically by people like Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson, and explicitly kicking
Oh my
people off
God,
of their
the
panels
bigotry
because they're
espoused
gay,
by
right,
Jay
because they're
Dyer.
homosexual, which I think is incredibly ridiculous.
But you know
right?
as
They
well
have
as
such
I
a- they
do,
have such
Parker,
a-
that
Can I please finish?
if you
Can I please
compare
finish,
it,
Piers?
look, well, hang on, I was saying, if you go back 35, 40 years, I would completely agree with you. But the idea that that is still the case today, I just don't feel it. Do you? I mean, certainly
Piers,
young
have you
people,
never been on Twitter?
in particular, do not. It's just moved
Piers,
on.
respectfully, how would you know as a straight person?
Don't just use the internet, unleash it with ultra-fast speeds. And with Price for Life Internet, you can keep your internet service monthly rate for as long as you keep your plan. Quantum Fiber. It's your world unleashed.
Like, how would you, do you experience it?
Why are you assuming my sexuality?
I want to talk about, I want to talk about my experience. When I went viral, when I went viral, right, I had people message, calling me the F slur, saying I had a gay Liz, right, when I'm married to a woman, right? If I'm not even a homosexual, and if people are bullying me for that, I can't imagine what actual homosexuals have to go through. So,
well, what is, if you don't mind me asking, given it's now been sort of raised, and I'm not quite sure, are you straight? Are you bisexual?
I'm bisexual. I've been married to a woman happily for 5 years, and we're not.
Okay.
He's a atheist. I want to chime in too.
He's a gay atheist.
On the panel that have said that I
See,
bullied
like this
them.
kind of behavior. Look at this behavior.
That's called a joke. It's called a joke.
Yeah. So funny.
Oh my God, look at this behavior.
This behavior is out of
you
control.
are too gay.
It's too much behavior.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold up. Are you guys Christians? I thought we're supposed to be loving to thy neighbor.
Yeah,
the only thing,
telling you when it's wrong.
Don't you love trans people, Parker? You said that you would date a trans person. Remember that?
Yeah. And what's wrong with that?
I think that
Fuck.
I guess you are more loving than me than Parker. I wouldn't date a trans person. But,
Okay,
hey,
okay.
he's
Is that
right.
supposed to be like a critique of me?
So the
Wait,
problem
what
is
happened to being
that
loving?
these guys
I
can't
asked
give
you
an
as
account
Christians.
for the
I called
good.
for you as Christians to be loving.
All they've
and both of
talked
you did
about
not
is
show
what-
It's loving to call somebody a gay atheist.
You know what that means?
All right, let's not talk over each other because no one can overhear. Jay.
Yeah. So earlier in the first section, when we talked about Peterson, we were talking about what was good for men.
Yeah.
And whether Tate was good or Peterson was good. And now we're talking about ethics in the sexual domain, which there's no basis in their worldview for anything to be morally objectively right or wrong, other than their personal preferences. So if there's nothing objectively wrong, there's no reason why bigotry is wrong. Why is bigotry wrong?
Well, support your claim. Don't run from your claim. Support it. Right? You're saying we as atheists have no basis of morality. Support that.
Yeah, no epistemic basis for getting an ought from an is.
Yeah, that's a claim. Okay, well, you're saying atheists
No, it's an
can't
argument.
account
It's a
for
famous
morality,
argument.
right? You're saying that atheists can't account for morality. So what's the argument for that?
You can't get an ought from an is the argument back to Hume.
It looks like you don't know what an argument is. Come on, listen. Try to go from one line of reasoning to another. Do you know what an argument is?
Not get an ought from an
Does he know what an argument is? Does he know who he's talking to?
What does that have to do with atheism?
In a materialistic, atheistic worldview, there are no oughts.
First of all, I'm not a materialist.
You don't know the basic problem
and that's
of
just another
optimism.
claim. That's just another
It's not a claim, it's an argument. It's a famous historical.
Look,
You don't know the difference between a claim and an argument.
Claim, you can't defend it.
It's an argument. It goes back to David Hume.
You told me
You don't know.
It's
You
a
didn't
claim,
know that.
right?
You don't know
Look,
the
everyone,
difference.
look what just happened. Look at this data. This guy said.
This kid thinks he's owning Jay. He's not.
Are you scared? Let me talk, right? You just claimed that atheists don't have a foundation of morality. Asked you to defend it, and then you said you can't get an offer from an is. What the heck?
That's the argument. That's
where are you
correct.
going to get
It's
from that
called an
premise,
argument.
right? You can't derive
It's an
that.
argument. It's not a premise. It goes back to David Hume. You just didn't know that.
Okay, can we get I think we're moving slightly off topic. Let's bring it back to Pride Month. I want to play something which has had a lot of people talking on social media. This is Sesame Street, where all the puppets are holding hands, making up the Pride flag. And they say, on our street, everyone is welcome. Together, let's build a world where every person and family feels loved and respected.
I got him at half health.
They are happy Pride Month. I guess I would say, Parker, again, the problem with this is it's this kind of enforced virtue signaling. It reminds me in a way, for very different reasons, the day in the George Floyd fallout, when everyone had to wear black on their Instagram, or somehow they were
What
racist,
the?
and I refused, and everyone called me a racist. I went, why does putting a black square on my Instagram make any difference to anything?
This guy is
again,
tough.
If you don't go along with the Pride Month stuff, then somehow you must be homophobic, is the kind of way this all seems to work. And I don't like that. I don't understand why we
I don't
have to
like this
have
format.
anymore these
I'd rather see these guys
where everywhere you
do a
go
much
for
longer
month,
form
everything's
debate with
right.
one
Why?
topic.
Why can't you everyone just get on with their lives? Studies show that strength training.
All right, Pierce. We'll listen to your ad.
Maintaining muscle mass and bone density as we age. Jacked Up Fitness has the perfect tool. The Jacked Up Power Rack Pro is the ultimate all-in-one home gym system for a full body workout, and you can do it in your spare room.
It's okay, because I'm fighting him with a
I'm glad to
cigarette.
say I now have
When
one
we put the
myself.
cigarette out,
If you're new to strength training, there
we're
is a
gonna
whole
get him.
library of full body video workouts. You just press play and you follow along. With top quality equipment and first class content, Jacked Up Fitness makes your fitness goals accessible and convenient. We've teamed up to give you 10% off the Power Rack Pro. Visit getjackedup.com to sign up for the
people
free
still be
program.
buying them
Use
things.
promo code PIERS, P-I-E-R-S, for your discount. That's getjackedup.com.
I need you to go undercover.
Get out of here, Peacock. I'll watch Pierce's ad, but I ain't watching no dang Peacock.
Yeah, so like a way that I would respond to this is by saying that because of the bigotry and dehumanization that exists in our society, it's important to have these things for acceptance to decrease the level of bullying that exists in our society targeted towards the LGBTQ+ community. Now, no one's saying that you have to go to Pride, Pierce. No one's saying that you have to involve yourself with Pride. When I go outside, I live in Los Angeles, I don't see rainbow flags everywhere. So I'm confused what you're talking
In Los
about. You walk down the
Angeles,
street and just...
you must be joking, but you can barely move.
They're
in Los
everywhere.
Angeles. I've got a house in Beverly Hills. You might as well put a pride flag over the whole place.
I'm sorry, I've been to those areas. Pride flags aren't everywhere. And when you live in Beverly Hills, right, that's specifically like not even right next to downtown. So that's where most of the rainbow flags would be.
But here's my serious point to you. If you actually want to do something constructive, to say the trans community, wandering around with LGBTQ+, and no one can ever remember now how many letters and digits there are on these.
You just said it.
It gets bigger and bigger. And I've seen one with 2 in it and all sorts of stuff, a 2-spirit, whatever. It's all.
All it is IA+.
Yeah, I know, but then
That's
there's
it.
2
Known-
and everything. It gets ridiculous, right? And this is the problem with these things.
No, the formal one is 2+ SLGBT, the slug butts. We called them the slug butt community for a while because it was 2+ SLGBTQIIAAP. There's 2 I's and 2 A's. One's for like intersectional sexual, and one's for like intersex. They're 2 different things. Intersex, and there's another I. And then there's 2 P's. And no, one of them's not PDF file. That's maps. That's later on they're going to add that to it. They haven't done that yet. That's somewhere in the... It's somewhere in the acronym. It's the plus. There's a little plus. It's the surprise topping they add at the end of the cake. Or the beginning in some...
There were 2 genders, then there were 10, then there were 80, then there were 100. All of it's nonsense.
There's as many as there are names, I heard somebody say.
However, if you want to think that, it's a free world. Here's my point. If you actually want to make a constructive difference to, say, the trans community and trans rights and protect trans people, then the absolute...
Dude, I should not be
way to go
taking
about
damage on
it
that
is
first
the way
hit.
that the trans lobby has tried to do it by eroding women's rights in things like women's sport. That has exposed so many trans people to mockery, abuse, and the rest of it. And I would say that rather than spending all this time and effort and money on flags and pride months, what about just actually getting people together to understand that eroding women's rights is the worst possible thing to promote trans rights? Would you accept that?
Okay, so then if we were going to be talking about eroding women's rights, we'd have to talk about people that, you know, someone like Andrew Wilson supports, like Donald Trump, who has held civil lives of sex abusing women, who bragged about
Well, hang on, let's stick to my question. Let's bring Trump into it.
I promise you I'm making a point relative to this.
Oh.
He bragged about walking...
Smoky man bad. Smoky man
He bragged,
bad.
Very childish. He bragged about walking
All you can do is focus on me. You can't even answer to his question.
I'm
but
promise
Andrew
you I'm
Wilson
answering right now.
bad.
You're cutting me off.
But Smoky Man bad.
You're cutting me off. I'm trying to answer it right now. Respectfully, I'm trying to answer it right now, but you're not allowing me to.
Okay, well, answer without distracting into Trump and stuff. Just answer the question.
Well, I'm giving an explanation, right? So he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without
Forget
consent.
Trump. Forget Trump.
I promise you I'm making a point here. Would you like
You
me
have to
finish
get to the
this?
point a bit quicker. Come on.
I promise you I am. I've had 15 seconds. Okay, so specifically, right, people like Andrew Wilson do not call that type of stuff out when it's explicitly harmful towards women's rights.
You're playing what about you. I'm not interested in what about you. Because I haven't done that. So, as somebody like me, talk to me, Parker,
Oh,
talk to me.
shit.
As somebody who has always supported...
I was going to refer to
as someone who's always
Fuck.
supported trans rights, trans
This is
people's
incredibly
rights to...
disingenuous.
Well, I have always supported trans people's rights to fairness, equality, and safety. Right to the point... that
But
it
not
began to
women's
erode into
sports.
women's rights to the same thing. And that's my point to you. Why waste all this time, effort, and money on virtue signaling for...
Everybody's got
In fact,
rights.
there's a real problem going on,
Philosophy
which remains
light.
unresolved because too many people on the left and too many young people go along with this absolute farce of trans athletes in women's sport, which exposes trans people around the world to extra mockery.
Wix. One
Maybe if
any website. Unlimited creation.
maybe after this, I saw Terryak's live. Maybe if somebody's got panel going, we'll go jump on the panel. But I'm gonna be playing the game.
Is that homonym?
Well, I'm saying you're going to get the mockery when there is something so obviously grotesquely unfair.
Can I
Parker,
respond
you
to
got your
this?
hand up very politely, so answer me without
Yeah,
mentioning
so,
Donald Trump or Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, okay. So I can't mention the person on the panel, but specifically in terms of trans people are not specifically going to be harmful towards women in these particular spaces, given that they've met the conditions of multiple years of HRT.
Have you been okay? Have you been okay? Sorry. Hang on.
Let me finish.
Parker, you can't make it. Parker, literally, as you've said this today. It's been revealed
I'm finishing, Piers.
today.
Piers, I'm trying to
Wait
explain.
a minute.
I'm trying to explain, Piers.
You talked about safety.
It's
Literally today, the Algerian gold medal winner in the Paris Olympics women's boxing has been revealed to be a man who should never have been competing.
Piers, can I speak?
That's
Piers,
why.
You know how people feel when they're on your panels and you
Can I speak without interruption, please?
All right, answer.
I've been incredibly nice on this panel. I would love to be able to speak without interruption. Is that okay, Piers?
Yes, but answer my question.
Yeah, I was trying to answer the question. You cut me off. So specifically,
He's so used to TikTok.
Be harmful after multiple years of HRT and/or not going through a male puberty, as I've seen no good evidence from any scientific studies that indicate that there would be an unfair biological advantage at that point.
What are you
not to say, listen,
You're an idiot.
Listen, I'm still explaining.
You're a fucking idiot. Nothing you say is worth listening to ever.
Imam Khalif has literally just been exposed as a biological male.
Nothing you say is valid ever.
Women's boxing and beat up
I can
an
say
Italian
dinosaurs
boxer
helped build the pyramids, and that doesn't exclude everything I'm saying from being valid. But when you say there's no difference in sports between men and women, nothing you say is ever valid again. It's worse than flat earth.
When you allow biological men
I should not
to
take
get
damage from that
boxing
first
ring and
hit.
beat up women, it is dangerous.
Piers, has that person been through multiple years of HRT?
I don't know. I don't care.
Then they haven't
That
met my set
person
of
is a
criteria.
man.
So how is that a critique of my worldview if they haven't met the set of criteria that I mentioned? Can I please finish? Can I please mention? Can I please mention? Right. So again, let me please finish. Right. I am saying if they meet this set of criteria, then they can play, and there's nothing unfair biologically
This there is though. This is where you're so deluded.
Speaking.
You're so deluded because even if you have all the treatment, you still retain the body mass, the muscle mass, the lung capacity. You retain all the biological advantages of being born a man.
Crashing out, Zoomer slang. Andrew's using Zoomer slang. What the hell does crashing out even mean?
You have gone through multiple years of HRT. You don't think muscle mass?
Is how we're saying spurred now? We're saying crashing out?
Let's bet
I'm right and you're wrong.
Piers, let's bet $1,000 right now.
I hate new
there
slang.
are lower biological advantages that would specifically exist, given that someone goes through multiple years of HRT, right, relative to estrogen.
No, you're missing my point.
Take that back.
You're missing my point.
Are you going to accept the bet? Yes or no?
You can have all the HRT treatment you like.
Piers.
You can have all the testosterone. But hang on.
Accept it.
Let me answer. Let me answer. I'll tell you the bet I'll make. If you want to bet.
Why am I doing that? What the hell is happening?
$1,000 that if you go through testosterone reduction treatment and the rest of it, that you come out of it with a reduced muscle mass or lung capacity or the other things that give men an advantage, Take that bet for me.
Yeah. So I will bet after multiple years of HRT specifically relating to estrogen, right, there is a reduction in muscle mass. You want to take that bet, Pierce?
No, it's bullshit. Andrew Wilson.
Okay, let's take that bet.
Andrew
You want to take
Wilson.
it, yes or no?
Andrew Wilson.
Yes or no? Do you want to take the bet?
I'm letting Andrew respond to you.
Yeah. So when you're talking specifically about the whole LGBTQ thing has backfired greatly, and it's because this whole thing. Pride is AstroTurf. It's literally AstroTurf. You just showed us how. I mean, you have a massive corporation putting out propaganda for a children's TV show, showing a bunch of hands in a rainbow, this and that. It's very clear that this is backfired. And by the way, the trans movement set the gay rights movement back 20 years or more. You can't convince us, Parker, even if you're attracted to men who you call women, that the rest of us need to call them women or men. Like, they either are or they aren't.
Is this not changing the topic?
You have been trying to convince people forever that there's no way to distinguish these things. It's like, look, the average normal person, they can tell that these guys who go out and go, hey, how you doing? My name is Chuck, with long hair, are clearly not women, Parker. Like, we know this. And so what happens is you guys gaslight everybody and try to pretend that, hey, you just can't really know. It's too vague. We can't really get to the meat potatoes here. It's like, we do know, Parker, and you have not been able to successfully, with your TikTok brain, convince people that men can be women and women can be men. You haven't done that. And that's one of the reasons that you see Pride falling behind, is because of all of this gaslighting. People
Dude, I can't be this guy.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins.
I'm having difficulties here.
For those who missed the April deadline,
This should just be the
or
gay
still owe back
community
taxes.
to keep it
So
simple.
today's sponsor, Tax
They're all
Network
gay.
USA, can still help. If your books are
I concur. They're all gay. It's just all gay. Can it just all be gay? And can we just have an all-encompassing the gays? I'll be right back. I gotta pee. This guy's a problem. All right. We have a problem with this boss. So I need to focus. How did he hit me?
Take this.
Dude, I don't like that move. I don't... He turns into the golden tiger, and I don't know if you're supposed to hit it in the face. Because when it hits in the face, it breaks it. But it looks like when he does the golden tiger, he goes up outside somewhere, and he comes down with that fast strike. So maybe you just need to dodge it. Instead of don't even attack the golden tiger. That's a decoy. I'm always trying to smack it in the face because I've smacked it in the ass and nothing happens. But then I smack it in the face and shit gets macking. We be snacking. We be stacking. Let's get it. Early shot. Watch. You go early, you don't take damage. You hit twice, 3 times. We need resolute strikes. Ah! When in doubt, dodge. Ah, shut up! Shut up. Dodge. Dude, backseating in a game like this, if somebody in the chat just says dodge. You're telling me to dodge. It's 20-second delay on YouTube, plus how long it takes me to read it. We're talking 40 seconds here, and you're telling me to dodge something that happened 40 seconds ago? What the? Okay, watch. Early hit. Bop him. We don't take damage. We get in. 1, 2, 3. We dodge. We dodge again. We dodge in. We hit. That's an early immobilize, but it's a bad immobilize. It did not work for what we wanted it to do. Fuck, dude, that should not be getting hit by that.
Monkey brains could be a proper treat. What's left is the king's to have.
We're gonna get a good run. We're gonna get a good run. I hope I'm not doing these fights out of order. And also, did I even get all the rewards for fighting the last boss? Ah, fuck. Fuck! Dude, I might have to redo my skill tree. I don't know, but I don't know how to lay out the skills. Like, I'm leveled high enough. I could always backtrack, and I think there is still some side stuff I could go do. There's a whole... No, I have to get the ability to separate the waters. If anybody remembers when I first played this game, in the very beginning of the game, there's a waterfall, and I try to run through it. And I'm like, there's nothing behind that waterfall? That's stupid. You never waste a good waterfall in a game to have a secret behind it. Well, guess what? You can go through that waterfall, and there's a boss back there. But in this area, you get the ability to part the waterfalls, but it's for sand waterfalls. But, and I might be after this fight, but I'm not sure. But this is like an important fight. It's supposed to be hard. I may need to respec my skills. And I also have no idea what this skill does. I'm just going to do it. Oh, I just wasted that. That was stupid. Well, this is the worst fight ever. And I didn't even get the, ah, dude. That was a horrible start, but... I don't know how I could respec to save this. We may have to watch a video on this fight. Because I don't know. I don't know how else I should do this. We're going to run out of our potions. See, I took damage there. And I took damage like 3 times there. Fuck! Dude, I had him down to a third or a quarter of health. Oh, I was doing good that time. Man, I had everything worked out too. I had immobilized running up. Ah, I thought that was the one. I've got to calm down. That's what's happening. I'm getting too excited. I'm mashing. When you start mashing in this game, you lose. And I like that. See, I should not take damage there. I'm not locked on, damn it. Ow. Oh, shit. Ah, I tried to drink a potion. I haven't.
What's left is the king's to have.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I might have to respec the tree. We still got 30 minutes left of this Pierce thing, but I'm trying to kill this boss. Just about the golden tiger. That's what I was talking about. They should just be... I waste stamina charging this up so long. I hit the wrong button. What the fuck? Fuck, I didn't stop him. I thought I was gonna break him in my my immobilize should have broke his attack, but he was either too far into the attack or I didn't do enough damage. I don't know if I should mix a heavy attack into there or what, but I just got to read him better. He's not unfair. I may need to respec. I may have done something stupid in my skill trees that I don't know about. I may just need to get good. This is the get good boss. This is the get good boss. See, when I'm taking damage there, that's a problem. Why does it do that? How did I get hit by that? Fuck, he was in his stupid shell form. Fuck, and he did that stupid attack to me. Oh my god. Dodge! That might be the best run so far. Shit. Shit. Holy crap. After we beat this dude, I'm going to bed. I'm playing till I beat him, though.
If you're a mess, if you're self-employed, or if you're a business owner, Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track quickly. They say the IRS is applying enforcement pressure at levels they've never seen before. But even after the deadline, it's not too late to take control. The consultation is completely free. Acting now could stop penalties threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/peers. That's tnusa.com/peers. Let Tax Network USA make the next move, not the IRS.
Should I try this? No, I lose defense if I get rid of... fingerprint sensor. I ain't got no dang fingerprint sensor. I don't believe in that stuff anyway.
Can I respond?
Well, very quickly, yeah.
Can I respond?
Yeah, so one, I'm not saying that men can be
I'll
women,
respond.
and trans women are women and trans men are men. Right, that's a separate claim from the original claim about pride. I do want to address the claim specifically about pride and how we're addressing like how people are negatively impacted, and as a society we want to address
Slow down,
in
Dean.
terms of this so that we can reduce the likelihood of people being harmed.
Say more with less
communities.
words.
That's the point of pride in these conditions, right? Just because it is the case that issues have existed to a greater extent in the past doesn't mean that we don't have an issue to address today, right? In terms of pride, right? Like addressing that we should have acceptance of gay people, we should have acceptance of people in the LGBTQ+ community. So
Yeah,
like,
isn't it counterintuitive though, Parker, to say
like to add one thing.
clearly it's backfiring. Like it seems like it's counterintuitive. If you push the propaganda that hard,
it's backfiring.
I want to highlight.
Let me bring in Danny.
Where's your pride fund
Let me
then?
bring
Where
in
is
Danny.
it?
Let Danny have a say.
Yeah, right. I want to highlight that what the corporations do, right? I might agree with you. Some of them sell out for pride, right? They, it's marketable. I might agree with you, but pride is way more than just what the corporations do. It's how people, identify with their sexuality and, kind of anti-bullying agenda. That's very important for the potential to pride. Whatever the corporations do, if they sell out, they sell out. But you can still have pride, whatever they do.
Yeah, you can have pride, but why do you have to have? Why do you have all the commercialization behind it?
It's not organic, Danny. This is not
anti-bullying is inherently
organically.
Fuck.
This is not organically people coming together anymore to force this.
I don't.
This is a bunch of NGOs
Andrew,
which go
if
to
you were
corporations.
if you were
in order
actually
to promote
Christian, you would be
this.
in support of pride. If you were actually Christian, you'd be in support.
Shut
of
the
pride.
fuck up.
Is there a cardinal sin
yeah,
called
that's what
pride?
Jesus said.
Is there a cardinal sin called
Wait,
pride?
wait, it's not
Parker?
pride in a literal sense. It's pride specifically
Yeah,
in the sense
you
of
know,
That's actually a very good point.
Pride
No.
is a sin.
Pride is
Why
one
are
of
you
the deadly
celebrating
sins.
sin?
It's not
Dumbass.
Celebrating sin, literally. What are you talking
You're
about?
misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. It's not pride in a literal sense. It's pride in the sense specifically where we're accepting people specifically for being gay, right? For
No,
being
that's
trans.
not
And that's
Christian.
exactly
They're
what
proud of
Christianity-
it.
Wait,
Because
Christianity
they're
does tell you to do
proud
that.
of it, right?
Christianity tells you to
Because
love
they're proud of it.
everyone and tells you to
It
accept
doesn't
people for
only
human
say
beings
that.
made in
It
the image
also
of
talks
God.
about
Gay
boundaries
people-
and limitations. You
But
have to
gay
have a
people and trans
basis
people-
for virtue versus vice. Christianity is a virtue-vice ethic, and your whole ethos is to defend your own personal vices because your ethics are all purely subjective. You have no
proud to be a
basis of
Christian,
rights
Jay?
other
Are you proud to
than
be a
what you
Christian?
say is the case.
Jay, are you proud to be a Christian? Oh, that's a sin.
That's
Right.
equivocating.
Oh,
I didn't make
get
the
him.
argument. I didn't make the argument. That's equivocating.
We're not talking about the cardinal
What's
sin.
an
we're talking about
equivocation fallacy?
pride. We're talking about the sense of pride that matters, to your identity, who you are, Christian.
I said virtue,
gay,
vice,
straight.
ethic, and you used an argument from equivocation. It's two different uses
No,
of the
no,
word.
you're equivocating. You brought up the cardinal sin.
No. Yes, you are. I didn't say that pride is the sin that is.
Respectfully, wasn't that exactly what you guys were doing when I said that pride wasn't used in a literal sense, but then you guys equivocated and said that we were...
I didn't make that argument. Andrew made that argument. I said you don't
So
have
Andrew
a
made a
basis
mistake.
for virtue
So
or
Andrew made a
vice.
mistake. So Andrew made a mistake.
I said you don't have a basis for virtue or
No,
vice.
we were basing this around the idea that Parker said. What Parker said specifically here was, well, wait a second.
He gave Andrew
If
full
you're a
screen.
Christian, you should be all about this, and it's like, no, not really, and you haven't really demonstrated how. Why, Parker? Why is it that we need to support homosexuality as Christians, Parker? Tell us why.
Well, I was saying that you should be loving of thy neighbor as you're referencing specifically people, right? Human beings, right? If you're referencing
Why
people
does
as
that
human
mean we
beings-
have to support homosexuality? Why do we have to support homosexuality?
I'm saying that I'm saying that you have to be accepting of people who are homosexual.
Why do
Because you
we
are
need to
Christian.
support homosexuality, Parker?
Fuck.
Okay, we're not saying you need to support like engaging in gay intercourse. We're saying that you
Fuck.
need to support people who are gay, as they are people created in the
Why?
image of God.
Why do we need to support them? Why do we
People
need to
created
support
in the
them
image of
in things that we consider sinful? You want us to support sin?
Wait, I'm not saying that you
by
should
support, he just
necessarily
means-
support sin. I'm saying you're supporting the person who engages in sin the same way you're a sinner, and that you engage in sin, yet you should be
yeah.
supported.
So when homosexuals come to the church and they reject homosexuality, they're no longer acting in that way. They are accepted.
They're not
in the church.
rejecting.
What are you talking about?
Wait, by
It's
the
an
way,
action,
nothing in the
it's
Bible
not an
says that.
identity. So there's a
being
vice
gay-
virtue
exactly.
aspect that they're not understanding. It's not an identity, it's a vice.
Wait,
Well,
hold on,
look,
so being-
I want to bring this. I want to bring the
different
pride bit
from
to an end. We're going to move on
engaging
to
in
the
gay
last topic. All I was
Fuck.
saying, I absolutely do not think homosexuality is a sin. I completely respect everyone's right
You
to
keep
have
them on the
sexuality
open
in
field.
life. I just don't see the point in spending a whole month allowing companies to virtue signal their way into making tons of money out of it.
They're not even really doing it this year. Pride's dead, bro.
It's the grasping commercialization.
Nobody's told Pierce
of
yet.
sexuality that I find so
Is
objectionable.
your issue just how long? Is it you just want a week or a day? Like, what do you? Is that the
If
issue?
you want to have a Pride Day, fine. But why a month? Goes on
Does it
and on
matter
and
if it's a
on.
month or a day?
Huh?
Wait, couldn't
What does it matter if it's a month
corporations?
or a day?
But you get, if it's a day, it's a day longer than I get as a straight guy. I mean, what about me? Where am I with my day?
Are you bullied for being straight?
We don't have the same issue.
Wait,
I
hold
get
on,
bullied
hold
all
on.
the time. I've been bullied on social
Not for
media
being
all
straight.
day.
Not for being straight. No.
All right, let's move on. I want to play a clip from Joe
Fuck
Rogan.
that guy.
I'm going to start with you, Jay, on this. This is Joe Rogan talking about the R word.
It's one of these retarded shows where they're screaming the word again. We were just talking about that. The word retarded is back, and it's one of the great culture victories that I think is spurred on probably by podcast.
I can't see him. The camera's stuck.
Why I scrutinize every invoice? Why I don't follow your process? Or what about how I became the client?
Why are my spells frozen? Why do my spells freeze?
I wasn't always this clienty.
When I run out of health in my gourd, what is
Joining
this?
conference calls on time.
I think when I run out of healing in my gourd, none of my spells refuel anymore. Because everything gets grayed out at a certain point. What the? Bro, I'm stuck. Like Chuck. I am stuck. But fuck this guy. He's got so much health. I haven't even got him down. I've got him to like a quarter. People say respec.
Once you run into you, your destiny's right there. Take this.
I got camera fucked.
What's left is the king's.
Am I like not good enough for this guy? Do I need to go do some other stuff first? Maybe I need to go do some other stuff first. There's other stuff I could go do first. We might go do other stuff first. Do I have a map? I don't know if I can beat this guy.
Take this.
Fuck. I've never been hit by that tornado before. And that's the first... Dude, I always dodge the tornadoes. I just got hit by the tornado. Got fucked up. I don't think I can beat this guy. We're going to backtrack. I need to watch that video because I feel like I'm doing things out of order and there's missable things in here. I know I did that one boss fight right.
Jay, is it a great moment, a great cultural victory that the R word is back, which obviously is short for, it's retarded, it's mentally retarded, it's for people who are mentally impaired. It was used in a derogatory way against people who are mentally impaired. Why would that be a cultural victory to bring that back?
Because we can say that you're retarded
I'm
again.
a big fan of the R word because I myself act retarded all the time and I'm proud of it. In fact, I would actually probably get retarded tattooed across my back because I think
spelled
it is a cultural victory. Say what's on my mind.
T-E-R.
Yeah, I mean,
dead.
These guys are retarded as an example. So we have panelists that are retarded. So yeah, I love the R word. I'm rated R totally, and I think that it's a freeing thing. It's a way to express the way we express things in the 80s and the 90s without problem. Like, you can go watch Bill Murray comedy movies and they're great because
but people used to. Yeah, but hang on, people used to use the N word, 30 years ago, right? But then
bring it back.
But that became something that was taboo in society because it was deemed to be very offensive.
Dude, Theo's got a great bit using the N word.
The use of the R word is deemed to be very offensive to people who are genuinely mentally impaired.
Nope, it's awesome.
And they don't like
he's making a soy face, like he's like freaking out over there. But
oh my god!
There's a difference between and what's wrong.
He said retarded. Retarded is bad, baby.
So here's my question: do you think that
I've
Jesus
already
would
got
say
this?
the N word, and do you think Jesus would say the R slur?
No, he would call you a snake or a pit of vipers or a whore.
Gospels, yes, he talks about
or a Pharisee or a liar or a fool.
So Jesus
he calls
would
people
say
dogs.
the N word and the R slur.
A dog.
He
calls women dogs, which is basically a bitch. But
Parker, do people in your friendship group ever use the R word?
yeah,
Never.
Secretly.
It's just a taboo word.
It's secret.
Yes, I think it's
God forbid it come out that he used the R word one time.
And out of interest, Parker, what is your
his boy Dean used to use the N
I think it's
word.
incredibly harmful. In the same way that we don't use other sorts of slurs because they're harmful, I think that we
if your
shouldn't use this word
arguments
because it's harmful.
hurt my feelings, should you not argue?
So, no, specifically, we're saying it meets a threshold of harm, right?
Whose
because the
threshold?
R slur and the
Whose threshold?
my threshold. my
Your
threshold.
So
is
it's
arbitrary.
subjective. That's a subjective
Yeah, we're
argument. Thank you. So it's
we're
only your
we're
personal subjective taste.
We're obviously we're
If
talking
it's
about
your
under
personal
my.
subjective
Can I
taste,
please
then it can
finish?
also be
please
mine.
finish?
So
Okay,
that
well
doesn't
then,
make
Parker,
it
it
work in
doesn't
an
reach our
argument. It's a bad
threshold,
argument.
Parker.
All right,
It
Andrew.
doesn't reach our
That's fine. That
threshold,
would be.
Parker.
I understand, Andrew. That would be your perspective on the matter, but given my perspective, I would say that meets my threshold. Are you saying it's okay to use the N-word,
And
Andrew?
it's subjective, and it doesn't
Sometimes.
work as an argument.
I would say sometimes. That's why I would never be in Andrew's place, because I'd be like, sometimes. There's a time to use it. Quentin Tarantino can use it. If Quentin Tarantino can write himself into a script saying, does my garage say dead to storage? There's a time that you can say it. Obviously.
Andrew,
Wait, why do you
okay.
think people that-
Andrew,
wait, I
Andrew,
have to ask you,
hold
why
on,
do
hold
you
on.
think-
Yeah. Parker. Is it ever okay to use the word retard? No. Is it okay
What if
for
you were
to use
stopping
the
a
N-word?
nuke
Is
from
it-
blowing
is
up the
even
world?
Okay to use the word retard to reference the word.
Can you
retard?
use the N-word if it would stop a
I think it's
nuke
wrong
from
to use
blowing
it
up
in
the
general.
world?
Can you please use?
Can you answer my
tell me,
question, and then I'll answer yours? I promise.
I said it's
Is
wrong.
it
I
okay
said
to
it's wrong.
refer to the word
No.
retard if you're explaining the word retard?
Say arsler.
Arsler?
So you can't. Okay, so you can't even use. So just the word itself. Okay, so here's the thing that's so funny about this, right? It's like ultimately when we say
Am I able to ask a question?
TikTok language. He's TikTok
so
brained.
I don't use the N-word. Here's why. When I say that if somebody says the N-word,
The
what does that
arsler.
ultimately happen? There's not really
You're an
too much in the way of
arsler.
equivocation there. Retard
You're
is
an
not actually
arsler.
a word
Arsler is
for
the same thing as saying a retard.
basically ever. Nobody ever says
You're just
it,
speaking
Parker,
in
to
TikTok
refer to somebody
language.
who's actually retarded.
That doesn't change it.
99%
Wait,
of the
wait,
case
hold up.
use
If
of
you're
the
using
word.
N-word to refer to a white person, it's still wrong. Would you use the N-word to refer to a white person?
I mean, in some circumstances, I think that you can use it. It can be it's hilarious. Sure.
You think white people using the N-word is okay in any circumstance?
Yeah, sometimes it's funny.
Makes sense, especially. I think it's fine.
That's
So,
disgusting.
what about Quentin Tarantino?
Oh my God! Oh,
Director,
Is that an argument?
written directorino.
Because I think it goes against my
Oh,
moral
you think it's
intuition.
disgusting? Okay,
Bro, I'm
homosexuality
cornered.
is
This camera.
disgusting because it goes against my
All
moral
right, let me bring in Danny.
Written directorino.
Hang on. Let me bring in Danny. This is what NBC said. NBC News when they covered the return of the R word. They said while its use has percolated in the comedy world
Percolated.
for years,
It's
only
time for the
recently has
percolator.
the word and discussion of its
It's
return
time for the
become more
percolator.
normalized. That is fueled in no small part by a sense that the tide has turned both culturally and politically against those seeking to keep the word out of the popular lexicon. But the battle lines are not as clear as one might think. And there's no doubt that's true. I mean, what is your view?
Dude, I'm
about
going
it?
in circles.
I mean, we got to remind ourselves why.
We gotta kill this
people like
fucking
us
tiger, dude.
Are against use of the R word, and especially in public places, right?
Yeah.
It's because it was a term, I believe, like technical term for mentally disabled people, and we don't want to demean those people or accidentally offend people that have children or relatives or friends that are mentally disabled. Right?
Everybody got mentally
and so
disabled
it
friends.
has that
They're the
connotation, unlike
coolest.
the word dog, when Jesus used the term dog, right? There's no such connotation, right? You'll have to be reminded of why it's considered to be a slur, right? I mean,
Oh, this guy's trying too hard.
So is like the word.
This
so
guy's
is the
trying
word
too
moron.
hard to be
So is the
cool.
word moron. The word moron
In the
had a
lib
really
community.
negative societal connotation, and it still does, and people use it all the time, just in lieu of.
Bro,
the word
he looks
retard.
like
They'll
Jason.
just say, "You're a moron."
Doing the
It's
eye
like, "You're a
thing?
retard." It's like
The twitching and the eye thing?
You're begging. You're
He's
picking
this
and
Jason.
choosing.
This
Yeah,
is
you're
when I.
picking and choosing which thing to be selectively offended by. You're not. I don't. So like, let me ask you guys.
When I
this,
study
honestly.
Jason, this is
want
what
you
I
guys to
look at.
Answer me fucking honestly. Does the word retard actually offend you?
Yes. I think it's fucked
You,
up for you to
Danny?
use.
Well, then you're retarded.
When somebody says the word
Yeah,
retard?
yeah, it does.
So
It
with
does,
Zach
especially in public
Galifianakis,
places and professional places.
so Zach
like this.
Galifianakis does some when he does comedy and he does a movie and he makes a joke and says retort. Is that also bad?
I'm confused the context of what you're referencing. Is he specifically trying to
No, wait a
refer to the
minute. Now
arsler? If he is,
context
then
matters.
yes.
So now the
Yeah, he's
context
trying to
matters.
allude to the word retard.
I don't. Okay, then yes, that's wrong.
Yes,
But
that's
when
wrong.
you say arsler, it's
I
not.
thought
It is like-
You can
it's
say
like-
stop acting like an arsler.
References another word now is wrong. Like moron.
So specifically, in terms of the one I thought you were referencing like someone responding to an argument. I thought the particular term that you
No,
were using.
Zach Galifianakis in a comedy movie saying retort
I
as a
understand.
joke instead of retard.
So if your
Yeah,
friend
I think
says
that's
to
incredibly
Parker-
fucked up to use.
Okay, so now also any word that refers to the word retard is now wrong, like moron.
I think if you're intentionally specifically trying to use a word right in place specifically of the R slur, specifically as to create the same type of outcome as the R slur,
So any
I do
word
think
that could refer to that word is
particular
now wrong.
intention, I think that particular intention would.
So you can't
definitely
say
be
the
wrong.
word moron. So now you
Right,
can't
say the word
moron.
moron. You don't necessarily have that intention. It doesn't meet the
So
particular
this is
threshold of harm
you're
as
just
well.
spiraling into insanity because
That's not.
purely
I gave two
subjective.
conditions to separate it. I gave two conditions. Wait, it being
Your
subjective is not a
conditions are
critique.
arbitrary.
Wait,
They're
wait,
made
wait,
up.
wait. It being
They're
subjective is not a critique. That's not a critique against
Yes,
the
it
view.
is. Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. How is that a critique?
Yes, it is. If something's purely subjective, then I can come with all the same claims with all the same force, and there's no way to resolve the two. That's why purely subjective arguments fail.
Wait, there not being a resolution, particularly between the moral disagreement of me and you.
Dude, I can't be this guy. I'm out of it. I'm tired.
Then you can't say anything is morally wrong. There's no ought from an is.
Wait, I can say something is morally wrong under my perspective. You're misunderstanding subjective morality.
You're not giving
You,
it.
wait, I have a
Tell me
question.
why
I have a
it's
question.
wrong morally, objectively. If I can also counter it.
Can I ask you this question? Do you think that morality is true dependent upon God's stance or independent of God's stance?
Don't just use the internet, unleash it with ultra-fast speeds. And with Price for Life Internet, you can keep your internet service monthly rate for as long as you keep your plan. Quantum Fiber. It's your world unleashed.
Ultimately, it's grounded in God.
Okay, so it's subjective.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, God is subject.
No, that's not a subjective argument. The argument.
Wait, God is a
the argument.
I may
is
need to
objective.
respec or something.
God's
The fact that a person makes an argument.
I try to go back and I get lost.
Your argument
God is
is
a
pure
subject.
subjectivism.
Is God a
Two
subject?
different things. It's a category error.
Is God a
How's that a
subject?
category error?
He says word concept
It's
fallacy
two
and
different
category error
categories.
too
A
much.
subjective
Yeah,
argument for
we're
ethics
we're
is
two different people too, right?
different
How's it
than a
relevant,
person
right?
who's a subject making an argument. Those are two
The
different.
point is that God is a
categories.
subject; He's not an object, right? We're subjects, right? We understand morality in terms of
That's
God. In fact, anybody should
that's you're
understand, right?
equivocating again.
Look, can we bring this
The
back
fact
to the
that
point
God
here?
doesn't
Wait, hold on, no, you want to run away?
No, we can't.
Wait, God having his particular view on morality is no different than me having my view because we're both subjects.
The
Can you tell me
argument
what a
is that
subject
it's an
What is it, Jay?
objective
What is a
morality.
subject? Jay, what is a subject?
You're equivocating on the fact
What
that
is
a
a subject?
is making an argument versus the
do you
argument
think
being
object
subjective.
is?
No, you said
That's a
wait,
philosophical
wait,
category error.
Jay, I
This
asked
is
you
like
if it's
talking
true.
to children.
I asked you.
It's a category error, you idiot.
I gave you the youth throw dilemma. I asked you if it's true dependent upon a stance or independent of a stance. You said it's dependent upon God's stance. That's subjective by definition.
I said that the argument for Christian ethics is not a subjectivist ethic, and because God is a subject, it doesn't make the system subjective. That's an equivocation
What do you think
error on
subjective
your
means,
part.
Jay? What does subjective mean? What does subjective
Purely
mean?
relative to the individual.
Okay, is God an individual?
True dependent upon a stance.
Is God an individual?
That doesn't mean that the ethic is subjective.
Just
It's an
answer the
objective
question.
ethic.
I can't get out of here?
You're substituting the word.
When am I locked in here?
I'm asking you if God is an individual.
you
Yes
did.
or no, coward?
That doesn't mean that the ethic
Yes or
is
no,
subjective.
coward?
That's a
Yes or no?
system and a
Who's running
He's
the
trying to be
actual
like
God?
Hitchens.
logical argument that's
Just answer the
different.
question.
Let me bring Andrew. Andrew, you wanted to get in here. What
Jay's getting cooked, so he's
what were you
gonna
gonna
come
say?
out. Jay's getting cooked.
You're making a dumb mistake.
Jay's getting
Hang on,
cooked.
Andrew, come in, please.
God, these fucking kids.
Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of obfuscating from the point. What does any of that have to do with the point of retard? So, and
He
you being
brought up
offended by
subjective
the
morality.
word.
Are you listening?
Yeah,
What?
can you hang on? I'm talking to Parker, not you, Danny. Calm down.
I'm
Wait,
talking
you've
to
been
you,
cutting
Buster.
people off this whole
I
I'm
don't
talking to you,
understand-
Buster.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Buster, I'm
Parker.
talking to you,
When
Buster.
a friend of yours comes over and he says something to
This
you.
guy.
like, you're in
I gotta
and he's
clip
like,
that. I'm talking to
"Hey,
you,
hand me that,"
Buster.
and You toss it and you miss it. And he goes, "You retard." You literally stop the.
Dude,
you
I'm
go,
locked
"Don't
in
say that,
here.
it's
Why
very
can't I
offensive."
leave?
Do you say that? It's very offensive.
I can't
really don't
backtrack?
like it
How'd
when
I
you
get
say-
in
Do you
here?
dress him down, Parker? If you have someone who calls you a retard in a friendly way.
I'm
I would like to say
sorry,
something.
my mic cut out, so I couldn't hear you.
I want to post
Yeah,
something to
if
Andrew.
you have a
I wanna
friend,
post
if you have
Andrew.
a friend, shut up, Danny. If you have a friend, Parker, and your buddy comes over and he like tosses you something and you drop it and he's like, you retard. You dress him down. Do you go, I can't believe
Yeah, I
it.
would
You,
say
you
yes,
called me
I
a
would say that's
retard.
wrong.
Why?
Yes,
That's
I would like to
hurting
say
other
something now to
people's
your
feelings.
response. I would
But
like to
who's
say something.
around?
Yes, I would say that.
Parker, who's
Andrew,
around to be
it's
Parker?
not hard
Who's
to
around to be
understand Parker's
offended
position.
except
Just let him
you?
talk.
Who's
I'd like
around
to
to be
talk,
offended
right?
but you?
That
Parker?
would like
doesn't
to ask
change whether or
Andrew a
not I think
question.
it's wrong.
Yeah, so
All
I
right,
don't understand.
let Danny respond. Danny?
I want to give Andrew a hypothetical. Suppose there's this unknown society where if you show this signal, everyone's extremely offended. They'll get very angry, like people get angry at the typical slurs like the N-word, right? Would you go around just doing this?
Logic. The Vulcan sign for logic.
Do you understand the hypothetical?
What are you posing a hypothetical?
So imagine you go to a
can you use really small words, bro?
Okay, imagine a hypothetical, right, where you're going to a society you don't know about, but all you know is if you do this.
I'm imagining a hypothetical.
Let me finish. You didn't understand the hypothetical, so I'm not going to repeat it. So let me finish.
Yeah, repeat it. Use small words.
Let's say this signal is extremely offensive in that society, really offends people. Would you go around just doing this to troll people, or would you not do it?
I would definitely tell them to live long and prosper, bro.
Okay, you're just not engaging in the hypothetical. You're not a serious person.
What do you mean? That is serious.
Is that what I'm trying to illustrate is that if a term really offends a friend of someone, right, or a family member or something like that, why would you use the term but to piss them off?
The trouble is that we've got to a place in our society where the language police are now so out of control that we can't even use the word in hospitals, mother, because somebody who is a trans person, trans man, who's having a baby objects to the word mother. And that's the problem with language police, is that if there's no natural societal limitation to it, it's never ending. Somebody somewhere.
We need to fight big guy at the arena.
By a word somewhere. And
there's dude at the arena, and we can break the wall at the arena to get to the secret area. We can do all that before we fight the tiger.
Like, what do you do in that same hypothetical? Half the people mean it a different way.
Parker, you wanted to respond to that?
No, I want to respond to this particular point. Christians get oftentimes very angry about specific terms you use, whether it be in the context of their particular beliefs, whether it be transubstantiation, calling them a cannibal specifically under their view, if it is the case that they think it's the actual body and blood of Christ that they're eating specifically and drinking within communion, right? That us calling them a cannibal, they get really, really angry with. Or us blaspheming the Holy Spirit, they get really angry with.
And you don't seem to care about
doing that. I don't get angry with it. I just think you're an idiot.
They're the tone police. Yeah, right. You guys don't talk about that. No, it's not, because I'm not a Christian. I don't hold those perspectives.
Yeah, but hang on. That is fascinating. So, in other words, you don't mind doing the slur against Andrew over things that he cares very passionately about the religion because you don't share his religion. Therefore, you can't offend him.
Right, but if I call you retard, you get sad.
Would you use the word cannibal? You said you wouldn't care.
That's not a slur. That's not a slur.
Hang on. It is to him. It is to him.
A slur was what offended people.
Andrew and Jay are catching on to what Pierce is setting up here. Good play, Pierce.
So hang on. So Parker, you decide what. Hang on. Just to be clear, Parker, you are the slur monitor, are you? You decide what isn't a slur, and therefore you, Parker, can say what the fuck you like, long as you have decided it's not a slur.
Dumbass Parker, Andrew says. Like, what is that? That's somehow that's gonna be gold, but it's like he said, dumbass Parker.
I would say saying to a Christian that he's a cannibal because of communion or whatever, I think is utterly offensive. Yeah, and a slur. You don't, because you don't share the religion. Therefore, you, language monitor Parker, have decided it's not a slur. And so as long as you don't think it's a slur, and this is my problem with your generation, is that you're so easily offended, except when you're offending everybody else.
Wait, if it genuinely is the case that it leads to a particular level of harm that I would say meets my particular threshold of harm, I would say we shouldn't use that term. All I was doing is describing specifically there are terms and words Christians think are very harmful to them.
Well, cannibalism is a criminal offense.
Listen.
Hang on.
Parker,
there's a lot more Christians than
cannibalism is a crime. You're accusing him of being a criminal.
No, actually, you're equivocating because I'm using their own definition of the term cannibal specifically because it is the case that you're equivocating. Because that's not, I don't think it's actually like the body and blood of Christ. So they didn't actually, in a meaningful sense, violate any laws. Does that make sense?
And I don't think I'm actually calling somebody mentally, slow when I say retard either, Parker. So what?
It's a particular threshold of harm.
Got him.
Okay, well, it meets the threshold of harm to me when you call him. Yeah.
All right, we've got to leave it there. It's been a fascinating clash of...
Andrew.
Hang on, no, we've got to leave it there. It's been a great clash of cultures. I think we should do this again. I think both sides are learning from each other and beginning to bond. Thank you all very much.
Come back without the mute button again, Parker.
Okay, you can keep interrupting, buddy. You're so scared.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is
Scared.
independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
Maxfly, ranked as the most underrated ball by My Golf Spy. Back on all major US tours and played by Lexi Thompson, Ben Griffin.
There's no way to get to that guy.
Sean Foley, and thousands of everyday golfers who have made the switch to the all-new Maxfly Tour.
So he just gets to chill up there and kill me.
What would you say to somebody that hasn't tried therapy before?
Just ask yourself if what you're doing in your life right now is working.
That was all right. There's better things. I need to go to bed.
Who goes there? Take him down.
After image. It's called Cloud Step, but in Dragon Ball, it's after image. Okay, I've been here. I'm trying to find the damn arena where you fight Homeboy and you can break the wall. But maybe we have to get through Tiger Man to get to that point. I've been up there. Right? Ugh. That leaves the area, right? You asshole. Fuck, no. I don't even like killing that guy because I've been up here already. I've fallen off that cliff before. This doesn't take me anywhere new. Right, this leaves the area. If we don't have the spell yet. Okay. What happens if we go left? Left does not seem to be an option. Been here. I haven't. I know where I am. Okay. So homeboys on the top need to get got. Tiger's the only path. Or this dude in here. Okay. I'm gonna die. This is where I need to go. Shit. The rooftops. I'm gonna die. Okay. Now, where's it going to start me at? Is it going to start me before Tiger Man? Because I don't remember how to get back here. Golden Tiger's causing me problems, man. Okay, no. All right. All right, all right, all right. I know what we got to do. We go up this way like we're going to fight Homeboy. I'm just going to fight stuff. I'm going to fight stuff for Will. And for farming. But now, instead of going that way through that boss fight, we need to go this way. This is the rooftops area. I know about this. We're in the zone, y'all. We're in the zone. Sorry. Oh, wait, we found something.
Move! Now! Stop poking around! If them two heads lay eyes on us, we're both done for. Our misfortune back home has led us to exile. We'd hoped to rebuild with the rat sage's guidance. But I saw that vanguard of his feasting upon. Our king has lost his way. Escape was the only choice. The two heads are the best fighters.
I already beat him.
They are hunters of their own kin. We'll starve hiding here. Let's get out and get this over with. Why are you still here? Don't put me in danger. Be off. I'd never take part in slaying kin. Now that you have rid me of them, it's time for me to go. With a blinded king, we can never rise again. We must find the missing prince. The third prince? But he's against rats, remember? Look at us now. He won't even recognize us. Not one bit. The king honored rats. That's why the third prince left. Some claim to have seen. We must find it then. But where? And how? The king honored rats. That's why the third prince. Some claim to have seen him. We must find it then. The king honored rats. That's why the third prince. Some claim to have seen. We must find it then. But where? And how?
When do I get the quest for the Buddha heads? Ow. There's the lizard thing. Okay, is this a boss? This will be a good ending point. I'm low on health potions, so... Oh, he's not taking any damage. He jumped through a wall. Did he just glitch out? What just happened? Oh, it glitched out. What the fuck? I pushed him out the doorway. My stamina's not refilling. Nothing's refilling. My spells aren't refilling. My auto focus is not working. Game's glitching out because I pushed him out of the arena. Like, my spells are not recharging. I'm probably gonna die here. Fuck. I died because everything glitched out. I killed him twice, basically. I killed him the first time, then I pushed him out of the arena, and he reset. Now I don't know where that was. I do know where that was. I know where it is. Just takes forever to get back there. There should have been another shrine before that guy. Dude, that was an easy fight, but I knew it was just gonna, because he reset, I was gonna run out of health. Dude, all these guys reset. Fuck that. There should be a stealth mode. I mean, fighting through them all multiple times for the will is good. I just want to fight the boss. Let's go for real this time, buddy. Oh, with ads. Woo! That was nice. Now you're dead, bitch. You ready? He's on fire. He's on fire. Gotcha, bitch. Why do my spells stop reviving? Oh, heal, bit. Heal, heal, heal. He's almost dead. Blood of Iron Bull. 2 sparks. Take that. We need to spin these sparks correctly to beat this wolf boss. I think there's 11 bosses in chapter 2. We have 1 left in chapter 1 that we can't get till we do something in chapter 2. Oh. Dude, why is my spells not recasting? What's going on here? Is this a glitch in the game, or... Why is my stuff not refilling? I feel like I'm glitched out ever since I... This is thrust stance. I haven't even tried this. Oh, this gate is open, and now there's no dudes on the rooftop. Great, so we went in a big circle. For nothing. There should be like an NPC or something after that fight. Some sort of treasure. A shrine, something. So I hear a lion. We're looking for the lion arena. I heard the lion. Can't believe we haven't found another meditation point. Oh, fuck these guys. The lion's got to be around here somewhere. I just heard it roar. Why do I hear it over there? How do I get to it? I'd rather fight the big lion before I fight the big tiger. Oh shit, I'm about to die. Other than Tiger Man, I don't know where else to go. I may need to rework my skill tree. Or watch a video or something. But anyway, I'm going to head out, guys. I'm tired. Need to get some sleep. There's VK tonight. We're going to talk about Trump and Elon. We're going to talk about the fights tomorrow. I already fought dude in here. Let's try the lion one more time before I go. One more try on the lion before I go. I have 2 points. I need to use it on something good. Focus on the second move, a light attack combo hits an enemy. We're just maxing out health. We're giving him one more shot. Let's go. I don't know if I can beat him. I don't know if I can beat him. I might have to watch something to see if there's other stuff I can do. I want to find the big arena fight. I think I should be able to get there before I do this. That's another boss fight that leads to a secret area with another boss fight. And then I think after I do that, I can go do another boss fight before I do this guy. I may be doing this out of order. There may be like 3 other big fights I can have to level me up, get me some cool stuff before I fight this guy. Fuck. Alright, I'm trying it one more time and I'm going to bed. I'm getting a little irritated with this boss. I might need to... I've heard a lot of people say that this is the boss they had to watch a video and maybe respec their tree. Respecking my tree means I'm questioning my gaming skills and my knowledge, which is a problem for me, okay? Fuck. What the fuck? Dude, I wasted my... Bro. We got camera fucked on that one. I gotta take a break. I don't know. I don't know if there's something I can go backwards and do. There should be a couple more things I can do before I fight this guy. So I'm going to head out, guys. Thank you for hanging out. There's nobody here, so we're not going to do any raids. But God bless you guys. Thank you for watching. I will be live here and I'll be late to VK. I get kicked out quick now, so whatever. I'll probably be late, but I'll be there. I'll see you guys later. God bless. We out. Peace.